A very good afternoon. We link up once again for proceedings from the Senate. It is Thursday, the 5th day of the month of March. The year is 2020, and in a short while we shall be linking up with members of the Senate as they engage in legislation, which is their core mandate here in Parliament. This afternoon, a number of bills and motions listed for debate. In fact, most of the bills listed shall be having senators taking a vote via a division, and they include and not limited to the statute law miscellaneous amendment number 2 bill. This is a bill emanating from the National Assembly. Debate on this matter already began. Senators discussing it at length during sittings of the third session as late as December last year, and it is really an omnibus of various acts that are being fronted or which members of Parliament want amended. The other bill is the Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of the year 2018, yet another bill coming to the Senate from the National Assembly. This one speaks to SACCOs and amending that Act of 2008 in terms of just making certain aspects of it clear, especially those touching on deposits and even withdrawals in SACCO societies. And of course, these two bills from the National Assembly coming here in the Senate because they concern county governments. The Fisheries Management and Development Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of the year 2019. It is sponsored by Honorable Senator Moses Kajwang. It speaks to amendment of the Fisheries Management Development Act of 2016 on the appointment of the chairperson and chief executive officer of the Fish Marketing Authority. And this will be for purposes of aligning it to the best practice on appointment of chairpersons and chief executives of corporations as enshrined in the Mwongozo Code for State Corporations. Senators are also expected to look at the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, Amendment number 3 bill from the National Assembly that seeks to clearly define boundaries and regions in terms of electoral spaces. And it also speaks to amendment of the Act as far as selection of persons or panelists who will be sitting in that particular commission. And it spells out that that commission shall consist, or rather the selection panel will consist of 4 persons, being 2 men and 2 women, nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, 1 person nominated by the Public Service Commission, another nominated by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 1 nominated by the Law Society of Kenya, 1 by the National Gender and Equality Commission, 1 by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and 2 persons nominated by the Inter-Religious Council of Kenya. Also expected this afternoon, a committee of the whole to make amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of the year 2018, the County Assembly's Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of the year 2018, the Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of the year 2018. Senators will also be seeking a number of statements. This afternoon, the Senator for Lamu County Honorable Senator Anwar Loitiptip will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation, and this regards the LAPSET Presidential Scholarship Program in Lamu. Nominated Senator Honorable Rose Nyamunga will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries concerning the state of Ahero and West Kano irrigation schemes. And then nominated Senator Dr. Alice Milgo will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the implementation of the National Land Use Policy in the counties. Taita Taveta County Senator Jones Mwaruma also will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on understaffing of special unit schools in Taita Taveta County. A live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Vereso Mwanga. On behalf of the entire crew, I welcome you to follow the proceedings. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Yes.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Alice Milgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me appoint the chair first.
Yes, Senator Milgo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to keep a motion on the provision of cemetery, funeral, parlors, and crematoria in all counties. That under Article 61 of the Constitution of Kenya, land in Kenya is classified into 3 categories: public, community, and private land. Further aware that public land is vested in both the county and national governments and is managed on their behalf by the National Land Commission. And that Article 62(2) clarifies the distributions of public land between the 2 levels of government. Cognizant that The fourth schedule of the Constitution delegates cemeteries, funeral parlors, and crematoria as a function of county governments. Concerned that cemeteries in the country are filling up and counties are finding it increasingly difficult to identify land to allocate as public for use as a cemetery, with the knowledge that any cemetery or burial place that is crowded and therefore dangerous to health is defined as constituting a nuisance in the Public Health Act. Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon the county governments to ensure that funds are allocated in the county annual development plans for financial year 2020-2021 towards the planning and development of cemetery, funeral parlors, and crematory facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Samson Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a motion that has come very timely, considering that one of the most important aspects of human life.
Order, Senator Ongeri. It's a notice of motion. Yes. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. Next. Okay. Noted. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Senator Rose Nyamunga. Deferred. Senator Alice Milgo. Senator, are you ready? So to be gathering some.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 47-1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely innovations to address the challenges brought about by diabetes in Kenya. As you may be aware, the number of Kenyans living with diabetes is rising, and deaths from the disease have doubled in the last 3 decades, according to statistics. A report by the World Health Organization in 2016 suggests that 1 in every 17 Kenyans is diabetic, and in the National Federation data, figure shows that there were 458,900 diabetic cases by the year 2017. Mr. Speaker, sir, diabetes is caused by lack of or inadequate levels of insulin in the pancreas, hence impairing the body's ability to process glucose. Despite being termed as a lifestyle and manageable disease, especially with regard to type 2 diabetes, many more people are still getting diagnosed with it. The irony is that low-income members of the society are worse hit by the disease, and there are 2 contributing factors that predispose this group to the disease. First, they lack easy access to information about the disease in terms of how it can be prevented, diagnosed, or even managed. Secondly, they lack finances to screen, buy drugs, or properly manage the disease. Once diagnosed, the high cost of healthcare also prevents Kenyans from seeking medical help, thus leading to severe complications and even death. Mr. Speaker, sir, the average cost for a single testing strip is Kenya shillings 50, which translates to approximately Kenya shillings 200 a day, without considering drugs, insulin, meals, and even hospital fees. To curb all these problems, we must put our minds and efforts together so as to raise a healthy and prosperous nation. Universal healthcare coverage, I wish universal healthcare coverage was an integral part of the country's efforts work here towards attainment of the desired status of health as elaborated in the Kenya health policy would be implemented and expanded together for more diseases besides the common cold, flu, and malaria. It would ensure that Kenyans receive quality, promotive, preventive, curative, rehabilitative health services without suffering financial hardship. Mr. Speaker, sir, given the above scenario, my concerns therefore are, what measures can the government put in place? Are the government putting in place to modify the existing policies to bring on board non-health sectors to encourage prevention of diabetes? B, what are the plans to consider subsidizing the cost of diabetic drugs? C, what innovations can be put in place to enable the low-income members of the society to access the drugs and information on how to manage the disease? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support that statement because it's of a great importance to this nation. Diabetes is a non-communicable disease. In other words, it's a preventable condition. It need not happen. We need not have the complications that arise out of diabetes. There are two types of diabetes, Mr. Speaker. The type 1, where the insulin from the pancreas is not being generated in a proper manner and in a right manner, and therefore those are the group of patients who have diabetes as a result of lack of excretion of insulin. There are those type 2 who have insulin release, but the peripheral utilization of insulin to go to the cells is being hampered because of some resistance to insulin action. And we need to separate these categories. The end result, whether it's type 1 or type 2, is the fact that they will end up with complications leading to heart failure or maybe indeed to hypertension, and this can cause death at an early age. It is said indeed that if proper education and lifestyle are not encouraged at the home level, that we'll have a lot of complications and a lot of deaths occurring. If you look at the statistics today in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that most of our Kenyans are losing their lives because of either their sedentary type of life that they are leading, they are eating the foodstuffs which may increase their weight, their fat content, and therefore bring them problems of hypertension and the problems of the heart. And we need to educate our Kenyans what kind of foods we have. We have indigenous foods that need not cause you problems. But we have gone the buffalo way, I'm sorry, the way that the kind of latest lifestyle imitating other cultures, and these are the ones which are bringing us problems. So my message in this statement, Mr. Speaker, is to seek first. It's a preventable condition. And therefore, the universal health care at the county level ought to be able to take active measures to control this element because you can prevent it from occurring. Secondly, those who are already affected by the disease, they need drugs. Whether it's the type 1, which requires insulin, they will need a lot of drugs and it's expensive. Whether it's type 2, depending what type of anti-diabetic drugs you want to use, and there are a variety of them, some acting at the liver level, others acting at the cell level, and they are expensive. And some of them are still patented drugs, therefore they are not generic drugs. They are expensive. And an ordinary Kenyan, an ordinary home cannot be able to access these drugs. And therefore they tend to give up and they perish and die earlier. Therefore the message in this statement should be, how do we reorganize our county level health center facilities to be able to access, to be able to give patients with these kind of conditions access to these rather life-saving drugs. I think this is really the message of this statement, and I want to support it, that when finally, whichever committee is handling it, Mr. Speaker, in your own wisdom, that we need to really come out clearly on how to prevent non-communicable diseases. We must go hard on promotive and preventive type of treatment, which is available, cost-effective, is cheaper, and then we can be able to achieve better results and better longevity for our nations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I have a brief communication before I call the next speaker, leader of minority. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Chebigen High School, Kericho County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Falhada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And firstly, I join you to welcome the student from Kericho. And this is the right place to be, and you will take a leave from here, and you apply when you become either a senator or member of parliament or any other thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support Senator Milgo statement regarding the patient with diabetes. And Mr. Speaker, the narrative we had when I was young was only the elders, when they suffer diabetes, maybe they're in old age or they're dying. But the amount of children who are dying or living with this non-communicable disease is so many. The children are being left, and people think that only old people will only suffer diabetes. And I would like these people to have access to quality care by trained healthcare professions, and to get access to stable and affordable insulin centers, and they self-manage through a patient educating. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Musuruve.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me a chance to contribute to this statement. And I want to say that when it comes to diabetes, it is actually a silent killer. By the time people realize the disease has already gone too far, and it has a lot of damaging effects in the body. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that we really have to see how to ensure that we are defending our Constitution. Article 43 of our Constitution talks about socio-economic rights, and one of the socio-economic rights is, that of health, that everyone has a right to get that, to attain that health. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, it is therefore in our docket to ensure that we are supporting this statement so that it really, works for the common man. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that even as we are talking about issues of diabetes, why do we need to really address this issue of diabetes? Because it has really negative effects, negative impact. It causes to other damages in the body. Like, for instance, people who are diabetic, at the end of the day, sometimes some of them get strokes, some of them get heart diseases, some of them, get nerve diseases, some of them have eye problem, and also some of them are affected. They're not even able to walk well. Now, when one has all these problems, it has a net effect of the person being unproductive. And when one has such effect, it means that the person will have to really look for money in order to treat himself. And when it comes to managing a diabetic person, it is really damn expensive, and it is retrogressive to the economy of the family. And families that have parents or people who are diabetic have really financial problems. So this takes many families far back. And apart from that, sometimes diabetes can even lose, can make one lose his job. In a situation where one is diabetic, is not able to perform. At the place of work, if you are not able to perform, your employer will be patient maybe 1 or 2 weeks. After that, you'll begin getting letters, why are you late, why are you not performing, and all that. So in order to avoid such a situation, there's need for county governments to ensure that they are doing a massive campaign, a massive awareness campaign on diabetes. And this is a lacuna that is missing in the county governments. Because if there's a massive campaign on diabetes, then it is possible for people to know how to prevent diabetes. Because we have 2 major types of diabetes. We have the type 1 diabetes that affects children and young people. And then we have the type 2 diabetes that cuts across. It can affect anyone. And also there's a minor type of diabetes that is called the gestational diabetes that is found in women who are pregnant, but with time it can turn to type 2 diabetes. So there's need to really do a campaign so that people can know how do you prevent diabetes. Like for example, in terms of exercises, in terms of ensuring that you're eating well, in terms of ensuring that people are not, the sugar intake is low, in terms of even ensuring that you're taking tea or coffee, because some research also shows that even tea and coffee can help in preventing diabetes. So there's need to do, there's need to ensure that this statement by Senator Dr. Milgo is not taken for granted. It should go to the next level, and county governments should be made to really implement what Senator Dr. Milgo wants this Senate to help her achieve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Finally, Senator Haji Farhia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of healthcare, diabetes, and other problems, Mr. Speaker, affects the people who are, the lowest of the pyramid, Mr. Speaker. And that is because of their capacity in terms of to afford healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because health is devolved, I think it is high time our governors took the matter of diabetes very seriously, because if people access drugs in terms of diabetes, then, Mr. Speaker, they can live a normal life, especially those that it affects at a younger age. Like my colleague has commented that it's not the disease for the old anymore. Mr. Speaker, and because also, like I always say, if we can curb corruption, Mr. Speaker, we will have enough money for the people suffering from diabetes or all other, ailments that is, affecting our people who cannot afford medical care. Because, Mr. Speaker, if the people with the high, who come from the high end of the society, diabetes or any other disease is not an issue in terms of medication, but it affects majority of Kenyans who are below the poverty line. And therefore, I hope you will commit this to the Health Committee, and when that is done, we want our colleagues in the Health Committee to ensure that the government even comes up with a policy so that people who are suffering from, it's a lifelong disease anyway. So people with diabetes have no option but to live on medication. Madam Speaker, we can improve the quality of our people through providing a proper health care, and I support. And I also wish to thank Senator Milgo for bringing this important statement to the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lamu County, deferred. Senator Nyamunga, deferred. Senator Faki, deferred. Senator Alice Milgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the implementation of the National Land Use Policy in the counties. In the statement, the committee should, one, state how many counties are factored in provisions of the National Land Use Policy as contained in Decisional Paper number 1 of 2017 in coming up with county integrated development plans. 2, explain measures put in place by counties to ensure that land regulations, land use plans and policies are implemented. And 3, state measures put in place to ensure the biodiversity in counties is protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Msuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to say that this is also a very important statement from Dr. Milgo. And the issue of land use is very important in this country. There are many times that even public land has been used wrongly. There are situations when you find even private developers encroaching into public land and using it. So there's need, the Honorable Speaker, to ensure that even in the counties, there is a framework of ensuring that when it comes to development, there is a specific, clause that deals with how land needs to be used. Like for instance, when it comes to churches, there is need to have also a plan as to how, what qualifies to be a church, what qualifies to be a school, and even when it comes to recreational places. In some countries, you'll find, Honorable Speaker, that all land has been used, such that there are no recreational places at all. People become idle. Sometimes people do not, in the process of being idle, they get into behavior that is not warranted. So there's need for county governments to ensure that in their development plan, there is a clear way of, speaking to this particular issue, so that all counties generally have a space for schools, all counties have a space for hospitals, all counties have a space for recreational facilities and all that. So this will avoid public land being grabbed by people who are always hawk-eyed, trying to see how come this land is not being used and all that. And we are also going to ensure that land is used for the purpose in which it is used, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, there are some counties also you'll find that even schools are put up, are erected in a bus, sometimes in a busy place, in a noisy place, a place that is not even conducive for learning, Honorable Speaker. And this is something that needs to stop, so that land is used in a manner in which it is supposed to be used and according to the initial development plan. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I support.
Senator Ongeri Samson.
Mr. Speaker, land use in Kenya has been one of the most topical issues that over the ages, over a period of time, has either failed miserably because of non-compliance with the rules and regulations governing the land. Mr. Speaker, I had an occasion of being the ambassador of Kenya, UN Habitat. One of my last functions was the negotiation of the new urban agenda, which now falls under the Sustainable Development Program for this nation. If you look and notice that land parcels are shrinking, particularly in very highly populated areas. Even in areas that are sparsely populated, the management of ranches, the management of land in those areas leaves a lot to be desired, or leaves a lot to be desired in that region. And therefore, the new urban agenda stipulates that one of the things that must happen, that's where the wealth of a nation lies. If you notice in the kind of planning that there is in Kenya today, people scramble for the first line plots because they are the ones expected to have value. And when we came up with a policy, a sustainable policy for land use in this country, it was meant to be able to do what you call, particularly in the developing urban centers, towns and cities, that you need to do what you call spatial planning. When you do the spatial planning, you are able to increase the value of land, whether it be the first row or the second row or the third row, because that kind of spatial planning has the effect of increasing the services available to those who want to use land at that position. Therefore, you can maximize land use instead of leaving people to congregate in one front line and creating the slums that are now sprawling all over the place. And if we are not careful, we may become so inefficient that you see, instead of developing towns and urban centers, we'll be developing slums. And slums do not create capital, slums do not create revenue, slums do not create anything. If anything else, they become in itself a menace because of the health hazards, because of the congestion in those slums that are not able to help anybody to survive in a very competitive economic world. And therefore, the land use in Kenya, whether for urban planning purposes, or for rural agricultural purposes, or for irrigational purposes, or for development purposes, must be done in such a manner and in such a way that today, in fact, Kenya were able to bring in the Kenyan paper to fall in line with sustainable land use in the United Nations agenda of New Urban Agenda. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is an important subject, an important statement that we now need to look at, and there must be a buy-in by all county governments, because there was a county government forum that participated in sustainable land use, New Urban Agenda, in the New York conference. In fact, we went to South America and nearly died there because of the altitude and the smoke that was coming through the volcanic eruptions. And therefore, it's an expensive affair. And my recommendation at this stage, Mr. Speaker, is that let the land committee, with your concurrence, Mr. Speaker, come up now with the latest position on Kenya on land use and be able to escalate this to county level. Let's see what kind of spatial planning they have developed, because these days, this has the effect of attracting capital funding for development in various areas. Money that can easily be available, investors can come into the country, invest in the activities that have been properly planned and done well. You will see in Rwanda, when they developed a city, a town, with a planning, there was a lot of investment in that place, and therefore a lot of capital flowing in to Rwanda, increasing the GDP of that country. Similarly, we can use land as a resource, particularly if we follow the regulations and the rules that were set up through the New Urban Agenda Sustainable Development Conference that was held in the United Nations General Assembly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I want to congratulate Senator Dr. Alice, or Dr. Alice Milga, for this implementation of the National Land Use Policy in counties. I think, Mr. Speaker, most of my colleagues have said or alluded to the fact that most of land use has been violated in this country. When most towns were being planned and zoning being done, other areas being classified as agricultural zone areas, like where we come from, it was for the good intention and planning purposes in this country. I think the reason we have uncontrolled and spiraling developments across our cities is because most of the counties have not adhered to the directions and the legal provisions that have been provided by various acts or laws that have been put in place, even including Urban and Cities Act. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that our counties try and assist us, because you remember the upgrading of slum, one of the biggest slum areas in Africa, the Kibera slums and many others. It is so sad when you work even in a small center, Mr. Speaker, anywhere, even as you travel across the country in Kenya here, you must get at least 1 or 2 slum areas that is coming up because of just poor land use. And I think these are some of the issues that we need to agree. I have seen leaders who have complained that there are places where we have not committed on the land use. And in fact, some of these issues have even gotten their way into the national discourse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that our counties are guided on how and they should proceed with the land use policy, so that when you go to our towns, be it the county headquarters, be it our small towns, we should, Mr. Speaker, at least have orderly and proper planning for our counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank, this is a very unique, and I hope the Committee on Lands through Chairperson Senator Mwangi Wakidiomi will ensure they assist, they put into perspective and ensure that counties are held to accountable so that they stand with the land use issues and policy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is in the National Land Commission and the Ministry of Lands and the counties themselves as the state actors, we must agree, because the Constitution itself has classified various ownership and various types of lands that we have in this country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support, and I think it is a very timely proposal or timely statement that will assist our counties to have a better, because they say, Mr. Speaker, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I salute the new tremendous industry coming from Senator Milgo in her performance in the House, and I thank you for bringing this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, land use policy in this country does not lack legislation, does not lack policy, does not lack regulation. What it lacks is the goodwill to enforce the existing regulatory structure. Mr. Speaker, the new Constitution 2010 clearly states that land must be seen as a tool of production. Planning is therefore very important if you want to use land for that purpose. But we are in a country, Mr. Speaker, where nobody cares about what happens to land. In fact, we shouldn't indict the counties because the counties have been there for less than 20 years. It is the national government that has messed up the land policy in this country. Mr. Speaker, many, many times in the National Assembly when I was a member, policies, sessional papers were brought to the House, clearly defining what we need to do with land planning and how to regulate the use of land. What we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is a total negation of what ought to be done. Look, for example, at counties like Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, Bungoma, the breadbaskets of this country. The level of fragmentation of agricultural land in those areas, Mr. Speaker, leads you to an inevitable conclusion that Kenya is headed to become a supermarket economy and no more. Food production is dwindling by the day. Large farms that used to produce a lot of food have been fragmented to a level where they cannot produce anything. We've turned land everywhere into commercial enterprise, people subdividing and selling in very small and economical pieces. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the law is very clear. To subdivide land, to sell land, you need to go through some regulatory process. We have land control boards for agricultural land, and we have council permits and permission required for land use. Yet, Mr. Speaker, you drive around the country, anybody with the land that touches on a road wakes up in the morning and builds a shop. Then it starts demanding to be given electricity, to be given water, to be given police to protect you. The reason urban centers are designated, Mr. Speaker, is to bring populations together and be able to give them the necessary facilities, schools, hospitals, security, water, name it. But if everybody has like if you drive from here to Nakuru now, everywhere, shops, kiosks, and this is littering the whole country, Mr. Speaker. So the committee that is going to bring the answer to Senator Milgo's question must tell us, Mr. Speaker, what collaborative process is there between the national government and the county governments in land regulation and land use. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that the bulk of money for land management in the country is still held at the center. Yet we say resources must follow functions. All the urban centers in the country and the towns and the cities, Senator Kihika's town is struggling to become a city, they just become cities by name. At the end of the day, they are irritating eyesore slums that nobody wants to look at. And when, Mr. Speaker, we had the upgrading of slums in Kibera, you saw how recklessly the now Governor Waiguru of Kirinyaga played it. Instead of going to Kibera to upgrade slums, she went to Kibera to commit a monstrous fraud through NYS. And Mr. Speaker, we ended up with nothing done, money lost. And instead of promoting slum upgrading, she was busy telling Kenyans how the former MP of Kibera did nothing, when she herself was in fact doing nothing. This country must style up, Mr. Speaker. And this country must wake up to the reality that with a country with only 22% of our land classified as arable and high density, and with a population running to 50 million today, much sooner than later, Mr. Speaker, this country is going to suffer very severe stress in the provision of water, provision of food, and provision of facilities that the citizenry require. So my friend, the chair of the Committee of Finance, you should also weigh in on this and make sure that enough resources are moving from the center to the counties to ensure regulatory management of land use in the country is put in its rightful place. Thank you, Senator Milgo, for bringing this matter here and follow it up to its logical conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, order, members. You want to take a seat? I have a brief communication before we proceed. I would like to acknowledge the presence in both the Speaker's Gallery and the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Moi Girls Kamsinga Secondary School in Bungoma County. And just for your information, in my other life, while at the university, I taught there as a UT, as an untrained teacher. So in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Maybe Senator Wetangula, you can welcome them before I invite Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join you in welcoming the students and teachers from the mighty county of Bungoma. The mighty county of Bungoma, Mr. Speaker, the county where yours truly is the senator, and you, the Speaker, hail from. Mr. Speaker, Moi Girls Kamsinga is a school that I'm particularly very proud of because it's a twin school to my old school, friend school, Kamsinga, where I went to high school. It is also a school, Mr. Speaker, that has a population that is large enough to qualify to be made a national school. And you and I should pursue this to assist in this regard. And Mr. Speaker, I feel very proud to see the girls here because Bungoma, being one of the most densely populated counties in Kenya, has been on the front line of supporting girl education from ECD to high school level to university. And you and I will do everything possible to ensure that our schools do well. girls and your teachers, this house is called the Senate, is the house of reason, is the house that is the upper house in the Parliament of Kenya, and is the house that does not tolerate jokers. We encourage you, as some of us go to retire, we can see senators among you, we can see MCAs among you, we can see members of the National Assembly among you. And when you are here, you will see dynamic female legislators who have walked the same path as you are walking, and you are welcome. Feel free in the Senate. The Speaker and I, I'm sure, will have an opportunity to talk to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm also proud to tell the Senate that in my earlier life, as an untrained teacher, Mr. Speaker was one of my students.
That is true. I confirm. And confirm that I also went to Friends School Kamsinga, a neighboring school to Kamsinga girls. Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to join you and Senator Wetangula to welcome these beautiful girls here in the Senate. I'm sure, I think this is the first time we have this number of girls, or maybe girls' school that have visited the Senate of Kenya. And I wish to tell them that the sky is the limit. As Senator Wetangula has said, actually this morning in a function he was saying that we have the first majority leader woman from Bungoma County. The only one in Kenya. And I think you girls who are here, majority leader in the county assembly of Bungoma, in the whole country, yeah? So I think even in you can be the Speaker of the Senate tomorrow. You can be the Speaker taking over from Wetangula. And as you can see, ladies here representing this country, you will be also equally able to represent women in this country. But that will only work if you work hard wherever you are today. So you feel most welcome to the Senate, and it's good to learn what we are doing here. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to support the statement by Senator Milgo. This statement is long overdue, and I think the committee should be able to look into this matter very seriously, because we have actually seen in most part of the country where the policies are disregarded. Procedurally, policy should come before legislation. But unfortunately, we look at policies when the legislations are done. So we are doing up-down instead of doing down-up, yeah? In that way, we are messing our counties. And I'll give an example of Isiolo County, and I wish to tell the country that the Ministry of Lands is the one that is messing land policy, land legislation in this country. And I think something needs to be done. I saw LSK actually petitioning National Assembly and the Senate on land issues in this country. And something needs to be done about what is happening with Ministry of Lands in the way they are handling land issues in this country. For example, Isiolo is a community land. The minister who colluded, and I'm using that word, colluded with the governor to use adjudication to community land without involving the communities. We have appealed to the Attorney General, we have gone to court, we have appealed to her, and we told her that is illegal. She doesn't even want to listen to us. Land is the only thing we have as Kenyans, as people from Isiolo, because of the kind of life we lead there. We have animals, we are pastoralists. If our land is adjudicated to Tom, Dick, and Harry, we will not have anywhere to go. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this statement, but I wish the Committee of Lands should look into this matter and summon the minister before this House as far as land issues is concerned to the whole House committee. I thank you.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I join you and Senator Wetangula in welcoming the young students from Kamusinga in Bungoma. And Mr. Speaker, it explains a lot, that revelation that Senator Wetangula was your teacher and you his student. And sometimes a teacher is proud when the student does much more than the teacher ever did. And so, Mr. Speaker, you sitting on that chair and directing Senator Wetangula must make Senator Wetangula proud, because after all, you are his student. But it has also been said that sometimes students can get out of hand. I don't think you have gotten to that level. To the students from Kamusinga, I want to encourage you that the seat on which the Speaker sits today, he was not born with it. It is not his birthright to sit on it. Any of you can sit on it, and any of you can scale heights higher than Senator Wetangula and Senator Lusaka and all the senators in this House. I want to encourage you to work hard, to be determined, but also to place God above all else in your endeavors, and success will be yours for the taking. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make a comment on the statement that was brought to the House by Senator Milgo on the implementation of national land use policy in Kenya. There is the overarching land policy that I think was captured in sessional paper number 1 of 2017. We've got the chapter 5 in our constitution that talks about land and environment. We've got the Lands Act. We've got the National Lands Commission. In Kenya, we have got the land question. Mr. Speaker, we still don't have the right answer to the land question. At the last election, people told us that to the land question, they've got the solution. Unfortunately, the solution that we legislated and captured in our constitution and captured in various policies were solutions that were aimed at making happy people who are in the ruling class and people who are contributing to the problem in land issues in this republic. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our policy and approach towards land, ask yourself why Kenya was unable to put a pipeline through northern Kenya, and it was cheaper to put a pipeline to transport oil through Tanzania, that is for Uganda. It is because of our policies on land. No one was born on this earth with land attached to his neck. Why haven't we considered adopting policies that not exactly what Tanzania has, but something close, such that government does not have to pay billions of shillings to buy land of which it is a trustee? We brought to this House a report of cases where government bought its own land. Now we are being told, if you look at the SGR project, Mr. Speaker, much of the money that went into that project went into buying land, real and fictitious pieces of land. Our land use policy is crooked. And that is why my brother Senator Lekina gets himself in trouble when he tries to defend the interests of the Maasai community, but sometimes is unaware that the horse has bolted. The Maasai of Kiserian, the Maasai of Rongai is not the same Maasai that was there 50 years ago. And it is through a proper land use policy that we can assure even indigenous communities that yes, Kiserian or Rongai could be part of traditional Maasai land, even Nairobi is part of traditional Maasai land, even Nyeri is part of traditional Maasai land, even Laikipia is. But we should not have a system that encourages people to come up with historical claims that can cause anarchy. And that can only be done if we have a proper land use policy. Finally, Mr. Speaker, my challenge to those who run our counties, the County Governments Act requires each county government to develop a spatial plan that will dictate and define how land will be used. Our counties are becoming slums, and the people who are contributing to the slum nature of our counties sometimes are people who have stolen money from county governments. They are building hotels and shanties and hostels and all sorts of structures in those counties with ill-begotten money. Mr. Speaker, there has to be some order. The Lands Committee must call all the counties and ask them for progress update on their spatial plans. And it is not just the plan itself. We need to see action on implementation. Devolution is now 8 years old. Let counties not tell us they're still developing their spatial plans, because some have told us that in the Public Accounts Committee that they don't have spatial plans. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the NLC was a classical failure, and I hope that the commissioners that are in NLC will do a better job. But let us reflect, and to the students who have visited Senate today, if you've got aspirations of owning 50,000 acres of land, remember the question posed by Leo. He asked, how much land does a man need? And at the end of the day, it is 6 foot wide and 6 foot deep. Let these students not be beaten by the bag of hunger and greed for land, be beaten by the greed and hunger to be good in humanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Well said. Senator Mohamud.
So, Speaker, sir, let me also join you in welcoming the students from Bungoma, French School, Kamusinga. We used to hear when I was a young boy. It was one of the most good schools in Kenya. I'm happy you guys, you went through that school yourself. Welcome, young people and girls. Eh?
What's your point of order, Senator?
Sorry. French School Kamusinga was a boys' school.
I'm on a point of order.
It's on a point of order.
Speaker,
Take your seat, Senator Mohamud.
I had the senator for Mandela.
Order, Senator Mohamud. Take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the senator for Mandela making reference to some guys. And I'm wondering, who are these guys in this house?
Senator Mohamud, there are no guys in the house. So, can you address the senators properly, appropriately?
Speaker, sir, if I say guys, I meant honorable members. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm happy for the statement requested by Senator Alice Mugo. I think land is a big issue in this country. Very emotive issue. I think Kenyans will kill one another because of land. But land policy has not been actually streamlined for all these years. The land policy, which is currently in place, the land use policy in place, I think implementation is a problem. Again, with the coming of I think also the counties, I think we are not helping. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think Kenyans must learn, from their experiences. We actually so much attached to land that, when you die, you only have a small piece of land there. But I think everybody thinks, I must have a piece of land. There is no land which is going to be enough for Kenyans, for 7 million people. But then we must be able to use the land that we are going to have properly. Now, special planning, counties are mandated to do that, but I don't think they have the capacity. I think national government must be able to avail funds for counties to do that and do for them the special planning. I don't think they have that capacity. That mandate must take it from them as you look at the land use policy. The community lands must all be registered. I think National Land Commission and also the Minister of Land must register all community lands before you actually acquire compulsorily only community land, because communities can actually be disadvantaged. So this must be dealt with so that we can have proper use of our land. Now, when we look at how land is acquired in this country, there's a road here between Westlands and Rironi. I think the land compensation was much higher than the loan we got from the World Bank. It's crazy. That's why that road is not progressing. So Kenyans have become crazy about compensation, and there must be proper way that we can be able to see how we can be able to acquire land without making it very expensive. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we look at the land use policy to be implemented, we must adjust that policy again to make sure that all the experience we've gained so far can actually taken into account. But I think land is an issue which is a serious matter in this country, and we must be deal with it accordingly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I want to join you and my senior colleague, Senator Wetangula, in welcoming students from Moi Girls, Kamusinga. The Speaker, I heard this morning from Senator Wetangula that Bungoma County is a county where you have 13 elected MCS who are women. And that's a big plus for the county of Bungoma, because I would expect that a big population of the students from Kamusinga come from Bungoma. Then it would be safe to say that these girls in these chambers today, they hold the promise and the future for Bungoma County. So to encourage them to work hard and be focused in the things that they do in school and out of school. The Speaker, having said that, I want to comment on this statement by Senator Dr. Alice Milgo. Land issue in this country, Mr. Speaker, has become a really serious emotive issue. So serious, Mr. Speaker, that I'm thinking that yes, this statement will eventually be submitted to the Committee on Lands. But Mr. Speaker, it would serve us much better if the Minister for Lands is made to appear before a committee of the whole, because every senator representing all the counties in this country has an issue with land where they come from. The Speaker, give an example of Kitui County. Just 2 weeks ago, I saw the county government of Kitui advertising subdivision of community land and sharing it out, some portion of land going to the police service. And what caught my attention is that the government is saying they are setting aside almost 2,500 acres to settle squatters. And I asked myself, 2,500 acres of land in Kitui to settle squatters from Kitui. Where are these squatters coming from? The Speaker, there are issues around land. And you know, once land is subdivided and given out, it is lost for a long, long time. It's not like money where you can work hard and get and refund the money. Once you share the land, you've shared it out. The Speaker, in support of this statement, I would really request that the Minister for Lands appears before a committee of the whole so that we bring the issues that we have on land in our counties and deal with them decisively. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do join you in welcoming the students from Friends School Kamusinga, together with the Senator for Bungoma, Senator Wetangula, Mr. Speaker. And though the students have left, Mr. Speaker, probably the students from the Speaker's county should have been given a more extended stay to enjoy and revel in what achievements have been made in this House, Mr. Speaker, noting especially that two of the top leaders in this House, yourself being the Speaker, Senator Wetangula being one of the senior members of this House, indeed have guided this House and have been of exemption and exemplary performance in this House, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in support and acknowledgement that the Senator from Bomet, Senator Milgo, has brought up a very, very important issue that requires and should have been debated a long time by this House, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that her emphasis especially is on the role of counties and especially in planning, Mr. Speaker. And of main concern, Mr. Speaker, is the speed, magnitude, Mr. Speaker, at which slums are and unplanned houses and dwellings are coming up in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is noteworthy of emphasizing. For example, if you look at areas like Kitengela, Mr. Speaker, if you look at areas like Ongata Rongai, Mr. Speaker, within Nairobi, if you look at upcoming dwellings, Mr. Speaker, like Kikope in Gilgil, Mr. Speaker, and several others. And you can't help but get disturbed at the rate at which unplanned towns, dwellings are coming up, not only on roadsides, but without even facilities in the modern day Kenya. That you find that new buildings, which comprise of commercial buildings, Mr. Speaker, residential buildings, all mixed up. And I had an opportunity recently to visit that area of Kikope in Nakuru, where the whip of this house comes from. And Mr. Speaker, you know, in the middle of residential dwellings is where you have a makeshift hospital. From the hospital, Mr. Speaker, somewhere near there is a slaughterhouse. And all those places, Mr. Speaker, are inaccessible because there is no even planning for how either a fire engine could access those people living in those structures. And yet, these are permanent buildings. These are buildings that have been passed by the county government itself to be constructed. The owners have paid for those buildings, Mr. Speaker. And so you ask yourself, where is our planning? What thoughts are we applying to land use in present-day Kenya, Mr. Speaker? I want to congratulate the same county, Mr. Speaker, because when we went to launch the dry port at Mai Mahiu, I heard the governor saying, and I hope the senator is also aware of the same, that within that area, that they have done proper planning, and that all developments that are going to come up now in that area will be planned according to use in the different areas that they have allocated for investors. And hence, you can have some logical, sensible planning, Mr. Speaker. And we can borrow from so many places that we've seen. Mr. Speaker, if you go to countries like the Netherlands, if you go to the UK, if you go to countries, Mr. Speaker, like Germany, you cannot help but marvel at how long ago those people embraced proper planning of their countries, their counties, and their cities, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you find that you would be wondering, how come that in Holland, that got developed so many years ago, you still find a lot of space within normal urban dwellings, because they have set aside land use for various practices, for various use, Mr. Speaker, and this is what we would want to see in modern day Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It is, Mr. Speaker, terrible if you look at what is happening in Nairobi right now. In Kiambu, Mr. Speaker, which is my county, my people, because of lack of proper planning, are uprooting tea, uprooting coffee, but even the kind of structures that come up along major highways, Mr. Speaker, like Kiambu Road, you cannot be proud of them because, one, the investments are done by investors who have only one aim in their mind, to maximize on their profits, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to laud Senator Milgo and say that it is time that this is done and done properly, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Finally, Senator Lagat, welcome back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, may I thank you very much for having cleared the air that we were not locked up in Germany. We were safe, and we are back. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to contribute.
What's your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
I'm even wondering.
Mr. Speaker, it is on public record that the senator for Bomet has been in Germany, a country that has recorded instances of coronavirus. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, to allow the senator for Bomet to come back leisurely and sit here and address the House before being subjected to either self-quarantine or government-imposed quarantine for a number of days? Mr. Speaker, is it in order for him to put our lives at risk?
Senator Lagat, can you clear the air? Were you screened?
Thank you. We were screened thoroughly and we are healthy. And I take that one from Senator Kajwang to be hate speech. And it is not healthy at this time of PBI, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that may I contribute on this particular statement by Senator Milko and say that land issues in this country, Mr. Speaker, are so critical. Unless we handle it very carefully, especially more so now, when most of the land issues are dealt with counties. So, Mr. Speaker, unless we handle it very carefully, some people might take advantage of matters to do with land and indigenize it, and in some areas be regarded as if their land belongs to particular community, even if they have sold to other communities. So I would like to contribute and say issues of land are critical in this country. We have seen, even on matters planning, that I think we are among the poorest countries on matters planning about land use. And up to this time, even to establish some public facilities, Mr. Speaker, is becoming a challenge. Yet some years back, land in some various places, ADC farms were being dished out. And up to today, people are not ready even to surrender some pieces for public use. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it is high time that this particular House look at matters to do with land seriously, and we come up with better framework, particularly on land use, on matters land in this country. So that is my contribution, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
In the interest of time, we move to the next statement. That is Senator Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to give this statement or to request for this statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on the understaffing of special unit schools in Taita Taveta County. In the statement, the committee should, Mr. Speaker, 1, provide a list of all special unit schools in Taita Taveta, attaching a list of the teachers deployed to the schools and the shortage being experienced. Number 2, state the steps the Teachers Service Commission is taking to ensure that all the special unit schools in Taita Taveta have enough teachers. Mr. Speaker, I was in the county and I discovered that the special unit schools have a shortage of about 200 teachers in the county. Disadvantaged PLWDs are already disadvantaged because they are disabled. Mr. Speaker, when you have a shortage in special schools, it means that we marginalize further the students who are already disadvantaged due to the disabilities. I know, Mr. Speaker, staffing of primary schools is an issue of the national government. It is not devolved. But the shortages and the students who are being disadvantaged in terms of getting quality education are in the counties, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this statement is well placed here. I know if our students don't get quality education, and our Constitution speaks about issues of inclusivity, then when you disadvantage these students and not getting quality education at the lower levels, at the early years of education, then you don't expect them to compete, Mr. Speaker.
You are now debating the statement.
I'm just adding, Mr. Speaker, adding some...
That's not adding. You
Yes.
are actually expounding and debating.
Yes.
So you better stick to what you have.
Thank you,
what
Mr.
have
Speaker. I was just saying that we need these teachers taken to the schools so that our students who are disadvantaged already are not marginalized. And we want to have people like Dr. Msuruve here who get quality education so that at the end of the day,
Senator Moses Kajwang, what's your intervention?
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I'd wanted to ride on it once it's done.
Oh, okay. You should be concluding because...
Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, I think it's something that is very close to my heart because I know the way students are taught who are disadvantaged and the way the other students who are normal are taught is different. So you can imagine a student who has autism, for example, a student maybe who has...
You are still getting where I've told you not to go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand directed.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Mwaruma has raised a very, very important matter, which nobody seems to focus on. We are focused on the ECDs, which is a preserve of county governments. We are focused on basic education and assumed basic education is primary and secondary for children with full ability. Mr. Speaker, I would like it to go on record so that the committee where you'll dedicate this matter to also responds on the infrastructure allocation to special needs schools in Taita Taveta. But because this matter affects all the 47 counties, Mr. Speaker, I want to beg that the relevant committee will do a report for the entire republic. It will surprise you. I looked at the infrastructure allocation to basic education in this republic. It will surprise you that the Ministry of Education in the last financial year had 1.8 billion shillings allocated to basic education, out of which 200 million went to primary schools, 1.6 billion went to secondary schools, but the amount that went to special needs school is negligible. It cannot be determined. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beg, in addition to staffing, we look at the infrastructure allocation, not just for Taita, but for all the 47 counties, including Homa Bay.
Senator Musurve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this issue. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, before this House, is that even though I'm a person with a disability, I am where I am because I was not born with a disability. If I was born with a disability, I would not be where I am. And I'm saying like this, Honorable Speaker, because what is happening on the ground is very painful. Sometimes when you go to special needs schools, you'll find that the teachers are not enough. Even the ratio of the teacher-child is not enough. And these are some of the some issues that we have been trying to make a follow-up, even in the Education Committee where I sit, and the TSC does not seem to really affect. As you're speaking right now, there are some teachers also with disabilities who are being retired at 60. And yet there's a policy that speaks to that teachers who have disabilities should retire at 65. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that when we look at our Constitution, Article 53, it speaks about the rights of children. And one of the rights of children is education. And not only education, it should be free basic education. But even if the education is free, and then the teacher is not there in the classroom, there is no way that child would learn at all. Because, Honorable Speaker, teachers have a role to play in the life of children, especially children with special needs. Special needs children without a teacher, are directionless. Because initially they're disadvantaged. They come from homes where sometimes they're disadvantaged. You'll find sometimes parents do not even are not keen about their children with special needs. They assume that this child with special needs is a child that belongs to the government and the government needs to do something. So there's need, Honorable Speaker, for this committee to invite the TSC, managers to come on board so that we actually talk about this issue. And Honorable Speaker, I remember when we went to Senate Mashinani in Kitui last year, this issue also came out when we were at Machakos School for the Deaf. It actually came, Kitui School for the Deaf. It came out, we ventilated on the issue, and 1 year down the line, the TSC has not done anything. When we look at the special needs policy that the president launched, that policy showed clearly that there's a dire need for this area to actually be addressed, the area of special needs. But when it comes to implementation, then the government seems to be dragging its feet. The TSC needs to be dragging its feet. It should not happen in a country that seeks to support SDGs. When you're talking of SDG number 4, it talks on special needs education. So there's need for us to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that when we are talking about sustainable development goals, let us ensure also that we are helping these children with special needs so that eventually they are meaningful in this society. I support this statement, Honorable Speaker, and for once, even if I sit in the Committee of Education where Dr. Lagat is my chair, I want to say that we need to take it seriously so that the TSC addresses with all whatever it deserves. Thank you.
Okay, honorable senators, I have a brief communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Alliance High School, Kiambu County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. We also have acknowledged the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Zetech University School, Nairobi, Kiambu County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Those remaining, we have only 15 minutes for statements, so you'll have to maybe just use two minutes. Senator Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to
They're still riding on yours.
support this statement. As I also welcome the students who are here and also give them a bit of advice that in our Kenya today, the only thing that can really take you far is your studies. Work hard and excel in your studies so that even where you will not be able to be seen physically, then your CV and your papers can work for you. Mr. Speaker, I seek your attention because you are surrounded. Thank you,
Proceed,
Mr.
Senator Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Matters education, Mr. Speaker, is something that we need to give all our attention, especially in our Kenya today, because of late, what has been happening, all must have had some negative impact on the education system of our country. Mr. Speaker, I say that because we have interfered a lot with what is happening in education ministry. The education ministry, I believe, can hear what we are saying, and especially the issue of teachers and understaffing is something that is affecting not only Malindi, Taita Taveta, but the entire country. I also want to congratulate Senator Mwaruma for bringing this very important statement because he's speaking on behalf of the 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, the issue of shortage of teachers has had some negative impact on our children and their performance at the end of their final exams in primary schools because this happens in all the public schools. It is therefore our request that we give it more attention so that the teachers who have finished their education, who are at homes and who are not employed can be given that opportunity to serve our children. Again, another area that needs.
Honorable Senators, for those of you who wish to contribute, we have only 15 minutes for every member who wish to contribute on this statement, right on any other statement that I may give that opportunity now. So I request you to limit your contributions to only 2 minutes. Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, to join you in welcoming the students from the Alliance High School and also ZTech University. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I just want to let the students know that the sky is the limit, and Alliance High School is known for the performance for many years. We have had very many members of this country who went to Alliance High School. And most of them pride up to today, they don't call Alliance boys, but it's the Alliance High School. So may you take that pride and make sure that you perform very well in future. Mr. Speaker, I just want to support the statement by Senator Mwaruma from Taita Taveta on the fact that we don't even have special schools, special schools. What I know that is that most of the schools that we have that we call special are the schools for the deaf and also schools for the blind. But there are so many other students with needs from several disabilities. Those children or those students are never considered, and they go through a lot of difficulties as they aspire to get education. Mr. Speaker, it will be very important for us as a nation to have a proper data on all the special unit schools. Apart from that, the facilities, apart from the number, it is also important to get the right teachers or instructors for different needs, and also to know the spread across the nation so that each and every student who suffers any form of disability is taken care of. It is not only to get from Taita Taveta, but I think it should be across the nation, and not only the deaf and the blind, but
Senator Faria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wish to welcome students from Alliance High School. We used to call them Acrosians. I used to be on the other side at one point. So, and I think Alliance High School, we expect you to do a lot of innovations so that there's a lot of unemployment of youth. So we rely, because I know you are very intelligent gentlemen, and even the ladies on the across are also very intelligent. So we rely on the alliances to come with a greater innovation so that we solve the problems we have. They say, find a solution to a problem and the money will follow. And I think as you endeavor to strengthen, as your logo goes strong to serve, please make sure that we all think outside the box, use your intelligence, and move this country forward, including eradication of corruption and also the other bit that has disturbed this country of tribalism. So we rely on youths like you to take this country to the next level. As the older generation like us retire, we need, and then there are great senators from Alliance High School like Senator Orengo, there is Senator Wako, and I'm sure there are many other senators who are also from Alliance High School. And I'm told Senator Maina as well. Engineer Senator Maina is also from Alliance High School. And then on the issue of understaffing of, and also I also wish to welcome Zentech College as well, also continue innovating. And I also wish to support Senator Mwaruma for bringing this. I think it's high time we also started thinking out of the box.
Order Senator, Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join you in welcoming the students from Alliance High School, Kiambu, Mr. Speaker, and Zitech University, also from Kiambu. And as the Senator for Kiambu County, I want to tell students from both institutions that we are proud of you. We are proud of what you do. You have placed Kiambu squarely on the map of Kenya with the work that you do, and we want to encourage you, ask you to keep the light shining, the star shining, and we are looking forward to the performance of both Alliance and Alliance girls, including the university. And I want to say to the university visiting students that it is a good sign for Kiambu County that we have taken the first step to ensuring that we play host and show the country that indeed we should and continue to be the center of innovation. You're welcome to the Senate, and I'm sure that you'll be able to take something as you go back to your institutions. So welcome. Mr. Speaker, let me also support Senator Mwaruma in what he said. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in this country, the kind of congestion, the kind of competition, and actually discrimination that sometimes we see at the admission in special schools should not be happening. And because I know we don't have much time, let me say, Mr. Speaker, that this is a matter that county governments must take. That it cannot just be left to privateers and national government to think on how to deal with the question of young people with special needs who want education in this country. That must be a matter that also needs to be looked at by county governments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Maina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to welcome the students of Alliance High School. And I wish to say Alliance High School is a symbol of intellectualism, is a symbol of good character. It was a symbol which produced leaders in this country. And I hope this is what will continue. Alliance High School, the motto was strong to serve, because people are taught how to serve. And Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage these students that they should feel that they want to come to this house, they should feel tomorrow, they want one of them to be the president of this country, because if Alliance is what it was during our years, it really taught people to be real leaders. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to mention to these students that I remember in the school, there used to be an assembly, a prayer every morning. And I would wish that it is the same style today, because the problem in this country today of corruption comes because we are not instilling the good virtues in our younger generation, like the students of Alliance High School. Secondly, when I remember, and this country should actually question itself, in the old days, when you had over teacher, like Cali Francis, Campbell in Alliance, they were not just teachers. They were really people who are committed for a mission in this world to teach their students. And I would wish the education sector looks at itself and creates some schools as models of excellence in this country, so that we can have the Kenya we wish to have.
Senator Professor Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak directly on the special needs of children in our schools. The Constitution clearly stipulates every child has a right to education. When I was the Minister for Education, we developed special needs policy. What it requires to be done is to translate the policy into action. Action means provision of students who are challenged in many ways. They could be physically challenged, they could be mentally challenged, they could be visually challenged, or they could be challenged through the hearing aids. And some may, in fact, be able to be put through the normal learning schools without any difficulties. But there are those with special difficulties who require special attention, personal attention, therefore they need attendance. One of the most important things is to be able to create teachers or put teachers who have a special interest for these children. If you want the learning outcomes to be achieved, the best thing that can ever happen is to provide for them enough teachers. You cannot just simply say one teacher can handle 30, 40 children with special needs. It will be a staggering exercise to carry out. It will be very difficult to carry out. And therefore, these are the people who need special attention about themselves, first of all, about the education and the delivery of that knowledge to this young child. Therefore, I support Senator Maruma in this quest for teachers, and Teacher Service Commission, alongside with the county governments who are also employing these teachers at the ECD level, must work together and ensure that they have enough teachers who are being deployed.
Senator Oshilo Ayako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to give my contribution to Senator Mwaruma's statement. But although students from Alliance High School have left, I also want to welcome them in absentia. I am an alumni of Alliance High School, and it's a good school, so I'm happy that they have also come here to learn what we are doing here. That school was a great school, but I don't want to speak much about it because they are absent. It's a school that taught us many things. It's a school that taught us discipline. It has also produced technocrats and leaders in this country. What Senator Mwaruma has brought by way of statement is something that is deserving of our consideration. It is God who gives life. It's God who decides whether you have special needs or whether you have sufficient ability to be on your own, except for God's support. So those who are given ability and resources to be able to run the nation are also under a duty to look after other people who have special needs. They have to do it because all the resources that are available belong to God. So I want to support the need which is provided in our Constitution, that we must make provision for students, pupils, and all other persons who require special attention. This must be done to those who are in school, to those who are in training institutions so that in their adult life they do not have to wholly depend on others. Mr. Speaker, I support this statement. It's a good one, and I think action should be taken pursuant to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next statement by Senator Jonas Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 481 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education concerning the supply of textbooks and learning materials to public schools. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide documentation showing the amount of tuition money allocated to different categories of schools, specifying the amount meant for textbooks vis-a-vis the amount of money allocated for other teaching materials like chalk, laboratory equipment, and so on. Number 2, explain why schools are being supplied with textbooks that they do not fully meet curriculum requirements. And number 3, explain mechanisms put in place to ensure supply of books and learning materials in public schools in line with the with government policy and devoid of impropriety. Mr. Speaker, again, I need to offer explanation a bit, not really discussing the statement, because you reckon that secondary schools, primary schools, is not a devolved function. It is a national government function. But what is happening is that there is supply of textbooks that the schools do not need, and the schools are even not consulted in the type of books that should be supplied. And number 2, the amount of money that is given in terms of capitation, the teachers are complaining that they are buying too much textbooks, that is, the government is directly buying too many textbooks, and we're not getting enough money for other needs. And there are so many pending bills that are coming up as a result. And remember, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about pending bills now in Kenya, pending bills in counties, pending bills in government institutions, pending bills in the private sector. So there's creation of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, in schools, and the suppliers are in our counties. They're not being paid by the schools because there is too much money being appropriated for buying textbooks. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to me, I hope the Committee on Education would be able to answer appropriately. Thank you.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity again. I think it is very important for us to note that we know very well that education, to some extent, I know primary school should be fully subsidized, but high school, I know it is partially subsidized. It is important for us, for the Ministry of Education, to make sure that the learning material is applied to all the schools. In some schools, you will find very many materials, just like the Senator has already mentioned. But in some school, you'll find that there is totally no learning materials. And it's not only learning materials, even the textbooks. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that it is done uniformly so that such that all the students have learning materials and they have textbooks that are required. Some of the textbooks that are given to students, they don't need all of it. I don't think, even when you are going to school, there was only 1 or 2 textbooks per subject. But nowadays, you'll find that one subject could even have 6 or 7 textbooks. So that is very confusing to the students. It should be uniform, and it is important that all the learning schools, institutions, have the learning materials and the textbooks that are required, but not in excess in some schools and lacking in several other schools. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Samson Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The supply of school materials, including textbooks, started because when I was the Minister for Education, I started the free-day secondary school where we provided capitation and they were able to buy minimum limited number of books and other facilities for the schools. But since then, this has been scaled up, and not only scaled up, but they have been able to increase the amount of capitation which is available for every student. What I think needs to be done, that they need to synchronize the differences between what is sent to the schools and what is available in terms of curriculum development, that the books that have been cleared for purchase by the Ministry of Education. And one of the biggest, they should be able to match it with the supply of textbooks being availed to the students at that level. If you don't do so, we are compromising the educational standards that we need to achieve at all times. We're also compromising the ability for our learners to be able to pick up the good practices that need to be picked up so that in their future they can apply it appropriately. I don't think it does any good, and it's fair to congest the classes. I think we need, I appreciate the difficulties the government may be having in giving money for infrastructure development, but I think the sooner we approach this, so we have an appropriate student teacher population, we have an appropriate student classroom population, that would be the most ideal system of learning rather than just leaving it open and free for all. Mr. Speaker, I support this statement and move, I think ask the ministry or the committee to move with speed and make this position correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Agdezani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand also to support the statement from Senator Mwaruma that seeks to have a better explanation about the supply of textbooks and learning materials to public schools. Mr. Speaker, textbooks are very critical in terms of materials that are used by students the world over. And I remember some years back when we ourselves were going through educational systems, there was some sort of static way that textbooks were known over time. There was a way that they would be vetted, they would be looked at, and you'd find very good material. Mr. Speaker, over and over again, time and every other time we hear about, for example, textbooks which have so many mistakes. It's as though they have been mass-produced in such a rush. Where is the recommendation for textbooks that needs to be made? Where is it being made? How is it being made? How consistently is it being made over time? Because it's not just a textbook that you have. You have a textbook that's meant to help you cover certain aspects of curriculum and understand specific aspects of what is happening within the particular discipline that one is looking at. So I think it's such a serious matter because the content even of those textbooks, how they're understood by the students, how they are able to internalize what those textbooks are saying, how they themselves are able to understand their own education on the basis of those textbooks, relies on the sort of textbooks there. And I think from Senator Maruma's statement, the Committee of Education just needs to have a proper wide analysis about what is the problem with the production of textbooks. Why is it that there's no regularity about those textbooks? Why is it that there are so many textbooks that go in for a particular subject at any time? And I think, Mr. Speaker, we even need to go further and look at the content of the textbooks, because we need to be able to vet and understand what is going on. So I support this statement, and I'm looking forward that when it comes to the Committee of Education, that we'll be able to dwell and look.
Senator Ledama Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this statement by Senator Johnson Mwaruma in regards to the use of textbook centers and also this system which now is leading to centralization of everything in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, what I'd like to request the Committee of Education to look at is how this, even though education for secondary school is not really fully devolved, it's not devolved, I think it's about time now we look at how county governments or other county can develop a system where they look at the education system, where the Ministry of Education develops the policy, and then each county government comes up with their own textbooks so that we can even be able to produce and also be able to help young people and young entrepreneurs who are in the education sector be able to get jobs in different counties. If we don't do this, Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll continue centralizing everything, and everything will come from Nairobi. It will be owned by cartels. So I think it's about time we now rethink everything as we are talking about BBI. I'm sure earlier on you're talking about land use policy. Now let us talk about the issue of education. Because in terms of education, there's nothing that stops county government. Why do you have a CEC in charge of education? And I know the Constitution only devolves early childhood education, but I think it's about time for the Ministry of Education to figure out how they can guide institutions in county schools so that they develop their own textbook centers. You know, I know we had a county attorney bill, which was focusing in terms of setting up a county office. You know, we had the county attorney bill. We also had the county gazette, what was it called? County printer bill. So why can't we not then develop systems where in each and every county, each county can be given a department that only produces textbooks that will fit those kids in that environment? You know, I find it a bit hypocritical when you expect a child from an affluent neighborhood to be able to compete with a child from a village like the one I grew up in. So I think it's about time that the ministry, the Committee on Education, engage serious consultation with the Ministry of Education, and then see if we can be able to transfer functions of an entire county like Nairobi. Why can't we then transfer these functions of education in terms of printing books so that we can ensure that we have a balance? If we print, if what Senator Mwaruma is saying, a lot of books are stuck in libraries, and yet those schools do not even have either computer lab or laboratory facilities, then you do a balance. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I fully support this statement, and I hope the committee will think outside the box in line with the kind of sentiment that I've shared on how we can be able to ensure that we support this institution.
Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Ginda Girls High School, Ginda Girls School, Murang'a County. In our usual traditions of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them. And on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Samson Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for your indulgence. I want to join you by welcoming the beautiful girls from Murang'a and wish them the best as they continue to learn. Mr. Speaker, I had promised the House that I will report back on the issues of extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearance in the country. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 51-1 of the Senate Standing Order relating to a matter for which committee is responsible. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51-1 to make a statement on an issue for which the committee is responsible, namely the inquiry by the Committee into Extrajudicial Killings and Enforced Disappearance in Kenya. Our senators will recall during the sitting of the Senate on Thursday, 20th February 2020, the Senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Johnson Ada Sakaja, issued a statement under Standing Order 47-1 on the extrajudicial killings of young Kenyans in Nairobi City County. This followed the shooting earlier the week of Mr. Daniel Mburu, a boda operator in Embakasi, Nairobi, who was shot at Mama Lucy Hospital after rushing to the hospital, a young girl who had been rescued from drowning in Korogosho River. At that time, I provided an update on the inquiry of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee was undertaking on extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances in Kenya. And I undertook to provide a status report on the matter within 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, extrajudicial killings refers to arbitrary deprivation of life by government authorities or individuals without the sanction of any judicial proceeding or legal process. These executions include deaths resulting from torture or ill treatment in prison or detention, death resulting from enforced disappearances, deaths resulting from excess use of force by law enforcement officials, among others. Enforced disappearance is defined in the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance to refer to arrest, detention, abduction, or any other form of depriving of liberty by agents of state or persons or groups of persons acting with the authorization, support, or acquiescence of the state, followed by a refusal to acknowledge the deprivation of liberty or by concealment of the fate or whereabouts of disappeared person, which such person outside the protection of the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, Article 26 of the Constitution guarantees every Kenyan right to life, and specifically that a person shall not be deprived of life unintentionally. The Constitution further requires the state to ensure access to justice for all under Article 48 and set out rights of arrested persons under Article 49, and thus grant every person a right to fair hearing, including the right to presume innocent until contrary is proven under Article 50. Article 51 of the Constitution further sets out the rights of persons detained, held in custody, or in prison. Extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearance present a grave affront to the Constitution and administration of justice, in that person provided, profiled, or suspected to have committed crimes are summarily executed without being subjected to benefit of fair trial where evidence may be presented against them and the opportunity to rebut such evidence has been granted. Cognizant of its mandate, of course set out in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, I'm pleased to inform the Senate that the committee has since undertaken site visits and met stakeholders in Mombasa and Kwale counties. The committee also held a sitting in Nairobi where I met and engaged with human rights, civil society organizations, Africa, Amnesty International, as well as Independent Policing Oversight Authority. The preliminary observations and findings of the committee disclose the serious gaps in law and in enforcement of the law that have allowed these heinous practices to continue. One, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, one, that non-operationalization of National Corona Service Act 2017 and Prevention of Torture Act 2017. Mr. Speaker, despite the President assenting to this into law, these two laws have never been operationalized. Secondly, the failure by Inspector General of Police of the National Police Service to formulate and gazette regulations on the use of force and firearms as required under the National Police Service Act. Mr. Speaker, you have to note that there are no regulations in place on the use of force and firearms, and that is why you find some of these firearms, the government are being leased allegedly to be used to commit crime. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, overlaps of mandate between IPOA and Director of Criminal Investigation when it comes to investigate cases of arbitrary and unlawful use of lethal force by police officers. Mr. Speaker, you find the police investigate themselves through the DCI. Yet IPOA have been given oversight authority to investigate. So that one was a big challenge because you can't, in Kiswahili word wanasema mganga ajigangi. And that is where you find police officers investigating. Mr. Speaker, it was also shocking that IPOA admitted that they sent to ballistic experts who are the police officers. And you remember there was a police officer who was accused of killing someone in Kisumu because of change of serial number of the firearm. That police officer was let scot-free. They said that the fourth one, lack of independent oversight mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, you have to know that KWS, KDF, Kenya Prison Service, Kenya Coast Guard Service, they don't have an oversight like through IPOA, Mr. Speaker. So that is another observation. Another one, Mr. Speaker, the fifth one, refusal or failure by police officers to cooperate with IPOA during investigations to extrajudicial killings, including making available document reports and evidence that would be necessary, ensuring full investigations undertaken, Mr. Speaker. And this, of course, Mr. Speaker, is very serious because the police who are killer cops, or I'm told they even operate an account, online account called Easy Cops, and where they kill and post individuals there. I'm told even in Eastlands there is a probox that when it drives around, Mr. Speaker, you know young men will be rounded up, they are taken to a particular police station or a particular petrol station, they are summarily executed, Mr. Speaker. And we were told between February last year and this year, Mr. Speaker, more than 210 Kenyans have been killed through the bullet by trigger police officers, Mr. Speaker. And those are very sad statistics that we have as a country. Mr. Speaker, another one, failure by police officers to comply with service standards, including in identifying themselves whenever they are carrying out an operation and ensuring that police records and registers are correctly, properly, timely, and accurately entered and updated. Mr. Speaker, we were being told, even of police officers, Mr. Speaker, where the service commanders or OCS or OCPD, they are raw killer police officers, they don't report even to the OCS or OCPD. They report to some senior police officers in the country, and therefore there is not in line with the police command that has been provided by law. Mr. Speaker, even it was sad that if you are shot by these killer cops, if you are shot 7 bullets, you pay for the bullet. And they are saying on those slum areas, especially in these lands, or part of this Nairobi, you pay for that bullet 3,000 per bullet. So if your kin or your brother or your sister was killed by these killer cops, they can tell you they use 7 bullets, your time is maybe 3, and you must pay 21,000. We were told of cases where they can have a burial committee meetings, where the police who want to disrupt these investigations, they go to the burial committee meetings, they ensure that that meeting does not happen. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, we were even told where these killer police, some of them were caught on camera killing these people or executing them in a broad daylight. And even they go ahead and ensure they intimidate. And even our witness protection program in this country is not as expected. And therefore, they have even gone ahead and intimidated and harassed. And in fact, what shocked us, Mr. Speaker, is where some of these killer police have a list. They come to your house, they tell you, we are going to kill your brother if you don't pay us 10,000. And that is what is happening at the part of this city and even the part of this country. It is so sad, and those are very heart-wrenching stories that we were and I hope the law is still applicable. The right procedure, Mr. Speaker, is to arrest somebody, take them to court of law, let the judicial process be followed to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights plans to continue with its inquiry into this very serious matter and to present its final report later during the current session. Among the activities of the Senate, and we are now in the last leg, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the senators we shall be tabling our report in the next 1 or 2 months so that we can have one is site visits to areas within Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, we were given areas, a police station like Kamugunji, among other police stations, where these killer cops are known by the public and where their names are known. I can't mention them here now, but the letter will give the House details. And then we were also to enforce disappearance, like we are supposed to visit Madare, Uruma, Kamugunji, Isli, Dandora, Kayole, Muguru, I think Mukuru Kwanjenga or Muguru, or both of it, Korogosho, Kibera, and Kiturai. Mr. Speaker, secondly is that we want to visit some of these police stations. I think Eldoret Central Police Station was also mentioned, among many other police stations within the city. And even there is a specific petrol station that was mentioned, that one of the back of that police station, I think it's a petrol station called Amana, where they take young people. These killer police officers are so dangerous. Allegedly, they have a pro box where they stock in their weapons. So that when they kill your kin or your brother, they bring out pangas or machetes and smear them with the blood. Mr. Speaker, secondly, meeting with the Attorney General, the chairperson of members of National Police Service Commission, the Inspector General of Police, National Police Hilary Mutiambai, the Director of Public Prosecution, Nurdin Haji, the Director of Criminal Investigation, George Kinoti, and Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. And I think they were not able to attend, but on 23rd of May, we are going to meet so that we can finalize on our report. On 18, we are going around Nairobi, and we shall also visit Kisumu, specifically Kondela and Nyalenda. We shall also visit Northeastern, that is Garissa and Mandera, to also find issues of enforced disappearances that we are seeing at the northern part of Kenya in the guise of fighting terrorism. Mr. Speaker, number 3, site visits and meetings with stakeholders in Garissa, Kisumu, Eldoret, Nyeri, and other areas of interest to the inquiry. The committee wishes to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk, of course your office, Mr. Speaker, of the Senate for the support extended to its undertaking this inquiry. Further, it wishes to thank stakeholders who have so far appeared and made submissions before the committee. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, it is so sad when you listen to stories of women who their children have been forced to disappear in coasts. It is sad to listen to many people who have lost young people, their sons and daughters in this city because of happy police officers. Mr. Speaker, it's so sad that as a country, we continue. It looks like it is a crime in this country to be poor and young. Because when you are poor and young and you live in these slums, the chances of when you are between 14 and 30 years in the slum areas in this country, you are likely to be killed by the bullet of trigger-happy police officers. Mr. Speaker, it's so sad because 14 and 30 years is the time the person should be more productive to the country, but it looks that it is dangerous to be poor and young in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we wanted to urge, because poor, and there is in fact a case in Mombasa where a KDF outpost, someone was killed in Mombasa. These are some of the issues. We have heard of many mothers who have lost their daughters and their sons in Mombasa and even northeastern part of this country. Mr. Speaker, what we want to urge the Inspector General of Police and other stakeholders is that let them arrest these individuals. Let them face the law, undergo judicial process. Let us not take the life, because under Article 26, the right to life is very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure members that as a committee, we are on top of things. And I think, Mr. Speaker, in what I have observed as I conclude, this report will not be sufficient because the matter looks more dangerous, more lethal. I think what will resolve this issue of extrajudicial killings and forced disappearance in this country is to form a commission of inquiry to look into these issues. Because, Mr. Speaker, I wish I had time. There are so many cases that have been taken to court over quite a number of police where somebody has been shot after even surrendering. It's like there is a silent order in this country that has been issued without the attention of the public that you shoot to kill. The police we have, even we were told of a case in Mombasa where a young man had even surrendered and knelt down. The police went out and sprayed him with 7 bullets and then removed that planted evidence beside that. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we need a more concrete approach to this issue so that we can resolve one and for all. And we continue to empathize and condole with many families that have become the victims of police brutality, and they have lost their loved ones to many. And we hope the witness protection by the Attorney General will try and address some of these issues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to thank your office and the senators for this opportunity, and promise that we shall, in the next 1 or 2 months, we shall table our final report as a Jailer Committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the chairperson and the committee of JLAC, Mr. Speaker, for that report and the work that they have undertaken to try and get to the bottom of this big problem and menace in this country that has been with us, Mr. Speaker, since independence. And we cannot either debate or discuss this matter, Mr. Speaker, as though it's a problem that is just occurring now. It has lived with us, Mr. Speaker, all the way through. Mr. Speaker, from the days of Pio Gama Pinto, from the days of Robert Ouko, J.M. Karaoke, Mr. Speaker, even to the later day, the young men of Kiambu County, Mr. Speaker, picked and rounded up in villages like Odero, in Kikuyu town, Mr. Speaker, in Kabete, and then a few days discovered in a forest in Limuru and in Lari. And Mr. Speaker, dumped there in bundles and bunches of 12 each. And Mr. Speaker, because I've been there, I have seen the agony of mothers and fathers and their brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker, as they agonize the disappearance of their young ones. We have to congratulate the committee, but also condemn in equal measure, Mr. Speaker, the continued practice of not only torture but execution. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, yesterday and the day before, in Kiambu County, in Roiro, there was a demonstration. Demonstration because we have one of our young men who is also missing, who was a border rider. The practice has been most of the time that when somebody goes missing, then the next time there will be a message that go and look for that person somewhere in a mortuary. It is presumed, Mr. Speaker, and I have first-hand experience in this. You'll find that, Mr. Speaker, you'll be instructed, go and start looking around in hospitals if you're a parent. And then if you don't find in a hospital, then you go back to the police station, you're told, go now and search in the mortuary. As you go around, you'll be directed further, go now to the city mortuary itself. And alas, you will find your son there with either bullet wounds, Mr. Speaker, or if not with bullet wounds, Mr. Speaker, clubbed with and bludgeoned to death, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether members of this House followed a serialization that the other day was in the Daily Nation. And somebody was telling a story how in his own presence as the retired police officer who then went to Tanzania, accompanied 2 officers who in the defunct or now broken up flying squad, Mr. Speaker. And those officers were pursuing people who were robbers and not having not gone through our proper judicial system. Those people in that serialization were captured somewhere between the border of Kenya and Tanzania. And the writer was telling to his amazement the methods that were being used to extract information from these young men. That one police officer, as after inviting them to sit and have a word with these fellows, asking them, so you steal cars, you do this, all of a sudden, and they have bought the suspect a soda, he's taking a soda, all of a sudden, turns with lightning speed, breaks the bottle of soda on the knee of the suspect, and his knee joint and cup splinters, Mr. Speaker, like plastic, Mr. Speaker. And that's a human being. And that man was musing at how, again, you know, they ferried this fellow in that pain without the benefit of even a doctor all the way up to Nairobi in the rear of a Land Rover and with a broken knee where a bottle of soda has been smashed. I'm saying this because a friend of mine the other day lost his son. And when his son disappeared some while back, we went around, he sought my assistance, we looked all over. And only after about 2 weeks to go and find his son, who was said to have been last seen in the same place I've mentioned, in Roiro, near a police station. Then we only went to find the young man in the mortuary, the city mortuary, with bullet wounds. And what is most amazing is that there will be no explanation wherever you go. You go to this police station, you go to that police station, nobody knows what happens to the person. At the end of the day, your son is dead, you know, your brother is dead, and they have been shot. Your work is to go collect their body, go and bury it, and ask no questions. And Mr. Speaker, that is something we cannot condone anymore, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes back, because I don't want to take too much time on this, I know members have a lot to speak about. Sometimes back, Mr. Speaker, because I operate a business here in Nairobi, some individuals were sitting in my business, sipping a soda in an afternoon, a lady, a man, I would not necessarily mention their names, having a chat. Then after a while, they crossed the road to go to a shopping center there at Nairobi West. And then from there, they were never seen again. After a while, it was a while, people looked around, then the next day, the lady is discovered somewhere in Gong Forest, Mr. Speaker, strangled. The man is discovered somewhere nearby, killed, same method, and Mr. Speaker, a bullet wound and strangulation. For how long, Mr. Speaker? What is the use of this constitution that we have here, Mr. Speaker, if even to the most basic, that constitution cannot be obeyed, Mr. Speaker? But what is most troubling is that, and I say that with tremendous respect to our security forces and especially to the police, because I know very good police officers who have reformed since the advent of our new constitution. We know that there are particular inspector generals of police who have occupied that office since then who have taken seriously to reform. We know that IPOA has done the best that they could, yes, but Mr. Speaker, there have been unrepentant radicals in our police force, Mr. Speaker, who have continued to think that human life can be treated with the contempt that they have treated it for all this time, Mr. Speaker. And this must come to an end, Mr. Speaker. I think this House, as proposed by the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in the Senate, this House also must take a position, Mr. Speaker. When families are pursuing justice, when they have lost their people, the voice of legislators must be heard, Mr. Speaker, because when you leave a poor man in a village to follow the mighty force of the law, for example, the police, and there is determined effort to block any evidence, what happens is that it continues to be a cycle, Mr. Speaker. Can this House be heard? Can lawyers in this House, can the JLAC itself be heard? When we join, and I want to congratulate lawyers in this country like George Hamino, who have on several occasions volunteered to give services pro bono without any payment to families, Mr. Speaker, to victims who have suffered greatly in the hands of unrepentant officers who have been otherwise entrusted by our law, armed by taxpayers' money, by the same victims that, Mr. Speaker, they murder, that they should protect us and give us security, Mr. Speaker. This is a very painful subject, Mr. Speaker, to discuss, especially coming from Kiambu, where several of our young people have been victims, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we had the purge on the group that was Christ and Mungiki, Mr. Speaker, in Kiambu, yes, that group was a menace to this country, to the community around Nairobi, around Mount Kenya region. But, Mr. Speaker, the indiscriminate manner in which young people were picked and killed en masse. And sometimes a police officer would go to a mother and a father and tell them to their face that tell your children to watch out. And there is no system of establishing that my son, my daughter, or my brothers belong to this group. And true to their word, that evening they would disappear and they would never be seen again. Mothers went crying all over to police stations saying, please, please don't come. But it happened, Mr. Speaker. And this we have to say no to at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the committee. Let that position be taken. I understand that there's a similar cry all over the country, Mr. Speaker. Let justice prevail. We have a new constitution. We have a legal system. We cannot have a legal system without a justice system, Mr. Speaker. The two must go hand in hand, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Pioneer Girls School, Murang'a County. In our usual traditions of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Wetangula Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join you in welcoming the students from Murang'a and encourage them to feel welcome. Your senator doesn't seem to be here, and will speak on his behalf and welcome you. Mr. Speaker, the statement that has been made by the chair of the legal committee is very important. In this country, Mr. Speaker, we have had a very checkered history on observance of human rights. Kenya has been routinely cited, Mr. Speaker, by Amnesty International, by UN bodies, by EU, and local human rights bodies for non-observance of respect for human rights and human life. In the old days, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure my distinguished colleague from Siaya, Senator Orengo, could remember, and others, there was a white policeman in this country who used to shoot people on sight and at will, yes, called Robert Shaw. When we were students at the university, Mr. Speaker, if you heard that Patrick Shaw was somewhere in town, it was a curfew imposed on students. This, unfortunately, has gone on even long after the death of Robert Shaw. It's not Robert, it's Patrick Shaw. Patrick Shaw. Robert Shaw is a columnist in the newspapers. Mr. Speaker, when the current IG came to our joint committee with the National Assembly for vetting, I asked him a question about extrajudicial killings, and he said in his words, that is going to be history. I'm going to deal with it firmly. You'll never hear of it anymore. We are in fact hearing of it now more than ever before. Young people, Mr. Speaker, are tormented, they're arrested. We have no difficulty in fighting crime. We have no difficulty in arresting people where they have transgressed the law. subject them to due process, take them to court, Mr. Speaker. I remember 3 years ago, President Uhuru told the country that Kenya is now almost meeting its quota of police to population ratio. That means, Mr. Speaker, that we have enough policemen in this country and women to control crime to the extent that you do not have to resort to brute force and criminality in the name of fighting crime. The Constitution is very clear. Mr. Speaker, when we brought the 2010 Constitution, we changed the name of the police from a force to a service. The police used to be called a force, and they were notorious for brute force. There was a squad in Zanzibar, Mr. Speaker, that used to be called FFU, Fanya Fujo Uone. That was part of the police. We have removed force. We are now a service. Utumishi kwa wote. Not ukatili kwa wote. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Majengo and other places that the Senator for Kiambaa has been counting and the chairman counted, you meet horror stories. Mothers who will tell you how their sons were taken away and castrated, how their sons were taken away and never seen again. One mother told me in Majengo, Mr. Speaker, I have 2 sons. They have both been castrated by the police. Now they are just there like the Ethiopian eunuch of the Bible. Mr. Speaker, this country has to change. We want to encourage the government. Crime does not help the country because it retards development. But when crime is being committed by the watchers, then the lawyers ask, who will watch the watchers? Mr. Speaker, who will watch the watchers? And like the chairman said, Mr. Speaker, where the police transgress the law, it is unlikely that they can investigate themselves. In Uganda, Mr. Speaker, the Baganda have a saying that ekima etesala kwa kibila, meaning a mangi cannot be trusted to investigate the affairs of the forest. Because that's where it lives. It cannot investigate or sit on a panel to abolish the forest. It can't work. IPOA, Mr. Speaker, was created specifically because of these transgressions. Unfortunately, every roadblock has been put in their way. Every frustration has been visited on them. They are not able to investigate.
What's it, Senator Faria?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the senator has spoken a foreign language and he never sought your permission to do that. And I thought that was against the standing order.
Mr. Speaker, the distinguished senator is still on a learning curve. When you quote something and you explain what it means, our standing orders allow that. And I say the Baganda have a saying that ekima etesala kwa kibila, meaning a mangi cannot investigate the matters of the forest. That is perfectly in order under our standing orders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me go on. IPOA was meant to oversight the police to look at these transgressions. IPOA has been unable to function. We have the office of the Ombudsman, headed now by a former MP called Kajuju. It is unable to function. These are constitutional offices with budgets that are supposed to be doing the Ombudsman's office, Mr. Speaker, is run by lawyers. I don't see any cases going to court in the harrowing situations that Senator Omatanga has been describing and the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the chair of this committee and your office, invite the Inspector General to come to the Committee of the Whole. Invite those who work with him, including IPOA, to come and tell us, why do we budget money for them when they can't work? This country has gone through a very terrible history, Mr. Speaker. Tom Mboya was gunned down on the doorstep of a shop opposite Corner House. JM Kariuki, the government repeatedly told Kenyans JM is in Zambia. We talked to him, he's at the Zambia Lusaka Hilton. He was in Ngong Forest being eaten by wild animals. Robert Ouko, Mr. Speaker, disappeared, and the government told Kenyans he took a flight to the Gambia. He was found in Gotalila, half-burned, and the government even attempted to tell Kenyans that he had committed suicide. How do you commit suicide and set yourself on fire? These harrowing stories, Mr. Speaker, and when we highlight Tom Mboya, JM Kariuki, Bio Pindo, Robert Ouko, these are now people in our brackets. What about the ordinary man whose name nobody remembers? The ordinary boy in the streets who nobody will remember. And every time your child is missing, as you are frantically going everywhere, you receive a phone call that try the mortuary. And true, you'll find your son's body at the mortuary. The law is very clear, Mr. Speaker. If there is a menacing criminal, the police are allowed legally to use a firearm to disarm and disable, not to kill. You will have to ask, Chairman, the Inspector General to give you a catalogue of how many suspected criminals have been shot to disarm and disable. You cannot possibly be shooting somebody to disarm and disable by aiming at the head or at the heart. That cannot be disarming and disabling. And Mr. Speaker, this country has made major strides in human development. Our only setback is non-observance of human rights, non-respect for the right to life, and non-respect for the freedom of people. And I want to urge the government, Mr. Speaker, to change this trajectory. You hear in Mombasa, young Muslim boys, you sit and talk to their mothers, northern Kenya, a child leaves to go and buy something, that is the end, you'll never see him again. Today, Mr. Speaker, you keep on seeing in the papers, Tsavo National Park is now a dumping ground for bodies, including Yebei, abducted in Tarbo. His body was found in Tsavo National Park. To date, nobody tells us who killed Yebei. To date, nobody explains how Yebei left Tarbo and was found in Tsavo National Park. We have other forests like Boni Forest with a lot of security problems. Nobody knows how many bodies have been dumped there. And like Martin Shukuk said, may his soul rest in eternal peace. When they dumped JM in Ngong Forest with the hope that hyenas will eat him, even the hyenas knew that JM was too respected to be eaten. They didn't touch him. We must change, Mr. Speaker, and this House, as a defender of counties and its people, as a defender of the dignity of the human being in this country, must stand up together as one. When I hear the senator for Kiambu talk the way he talked, and knowing his record of blindly defending the Jubilee regime in this House, then you know things are not well, Mr. Speaker.
What's it, Senator Matangi?
Speaker, you know, I have a lot of respect for the Senator for Bungoma, and I was in concurrence with all the things that he was saying. But Mr. Speaker, one, the Senator for Bungoma knows that I'm not a blind man. At least, Mr. Speaker, my record is clear. I did not come here either as a disabled person or representing the disabled. And neither have I shown any signs that I could be losing my sight since coming here. So, Mr. Speaker, is he in order to describe my conduct, Mr. Speaker, or even the motions I've tabled here or discussed, as pointing to a blind man's action in defending the government blindly, Mr. Speaker. I have never attempted. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, just for a second, my record is clear that I am not only objective, but I'm principled, Mr. Speaker. And when I speak for facts and what there is, Mr. Speaker. I have never been a bootlicker senator for Bungoma. And so if blindness, in your view, constitutes of what I do, Mr. Speaker, then with due respect, then the senator for Bungoma may be twice as blind, Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
Senator Omatang. Senator.
Yes, sir. I proceed?
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you know, in the last parliament, with a light touch, the distinguished senator from Kiambu touched my heart when he was speaking about the young people who have been killed in his constituency and beyond. But truth be told, Mr. Speaker, and who can bear me witness, Senator Orengo, in the last parliament, when you spoke about government, you'd think you have electrocuted Senator Wamatangi. He will just be limping, wanting to stand up and stop you. But now he's transformed from Saul to Paul. And we welcome him to be objective and to be critical and to help the people who elected him. Congratulations, my brother. You've spoken very well. If the people of Kiambu had you, they might make you a governor. Mr. Speaker, let me finish by urging the Committee of Legal Affairs that the milestone you have given us today and the display of courage and depth in what you've brought us, we encourage you to bring bi-monthly updates to this House or quarterly updates on the status of violations of human rights and killings that are not justified and cannot be condoned and must be condemned. I want to leave here, Mr. Speaker, because I'm sure my colleague from Mandera has also got a story to tell about disappearances of children and young persons in the hands of the very people who are paid from taxpayers' money to protect them. In the old days, Mr. Speaker, and even now, when you go to a country like UK, Sweden, wherever, when you have a problem and you see a policeman, your problem is half solved. In Kenya, when you have a problem and you see a policeman, your problem doubles. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from the Garia Umoja Secondary School, Murang'a County. In our usual traditions of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me briefly welcome the students who have visited this house and to tell them that as young people, they should be confident that one day they'll be in this house and maybe even fight for the top leadership of this country. They should aim high and trust in God, and it will happen. And they always remain disciplined. They should keep away from any misdirections, keep away from the kind of dangerous things like drugs and all these things, which are today a danger to our youth, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, I like to support what the Committee on the Legal Affairs has done. And I want to say the issue of extrajudicial killings has been a historical thing in this country. And Mr. Speaker, a country like this with a disciplined force of security should not be actually witnessing the kind of things we witness. Mr. Speaker, this thing is all over, and it happens all over. Mr. Speaker, in my area, I've had sometimes to be misunderstood when the youth sometimes have been blooded without any recourse in law, and they are kind of sentenced. At one time, I had even to face actually an inquiry personally as a member of parliament. And I remember I told the inquiry which had been put, because I had stood firm when about 30 young boys had been actually killed mysteriously or had died mysteriously in Nyeri. And when I faced the inquiry, I said, as far as I'm concerned, we are in a country where the youth have no employment. We are in a country where we are still educating more and more youth, and as long as they are not properly engaged, we have to tolerate as a society what's happening. And the solution to these things is not to blood these children the way they are blooded. And Mr. Speaker, I still held that view. I hold it to this day, and I have always held it, because in my community there has become this blooding, and it is in every community anywhere. You start with the Kisii, there is Kevago, I don't know, you come here in Nairobi, there is Baghdad boys, I don't know what else. There are all this kind of blooding of sometimes youth. And, Mr. Speaker, we are a country with the rule of law. We are actually progressing. I don't want to say that Kenya should be put on the standards of the European standards of the Nordic countries, where even the Prime Minister walks on the street and they earns a humble salary. We are yet to go there. We are a country. We are a country that is developing, and we have to go with our own pace, Mr. Speaker. But nevertheless, life is dear. Nevertheless, life is dear. And I think one of the commandments we have from our Almighty is, thou shalt not kill. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, whatever leads to these things, I would wish to say, can the security forces sit down and look into it? Because one thing is true, Mr. Speaker, I cannot be told that, like in Nyeri, there is a spot where bodies have been found again and again. Surely it cannot be by accident. And how many people have even a gun? And these things continue happening, and you go at the talk, and then everybody looks at you and says, okay, we have recorded, and you go back, and finally, nothing happens, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we say this, but I want to put a rider to this. Our security forces, honestly, let's ask ourselves, in this country, how much are we paying a policeman? How much are we even paying teachers who are teaching our children in primary schools? Mr. Speaker, we need equality in this country. We need equilibrium of things if Kenya is going to be a country that is civilized. Why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, when you hear, okay, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, but you know, the term applies both ways. Okay, Madam Speaker. Now, I want to say, let us assess ourselves, as I said. How much are we paying a policeman? How much are we paying our teachers? How much in this country today, even doctors who are finished, and they are posted in some hospital somewhere outside, and they are supposed, and there's an accident, they are there overnight. How much are we paying them? Yet, it is still in this parliament that we have passed the laws, which mean when you get some elective position, when you get some nomination in some commission somewhere, you end up with all benefits without regard that these people like policemen, like teachers, like doctors, have spent many, many years. Mr. Speaker, if we are not, Madam Speaker, if we are not careful, this is also causing the kind of dissatisfaction among the service people we have. Madam Speaker, I want to say, recently, and I may mention this at this stage, looking at policemen, there is a rule that has been brought that they can go at the, I think, rent houses among wherever they can rent. We know a case of some young man who somehow, ended up, I don't want to say killed, but dying somewhere in some estate somewhere. Madam Speaker, I want to say, if this country is serious, it must ensure its uniformed forces are taken care of through housing, through everything. And the salaries that they are given should be such that it keeps them in a manner that they are motivated and capable of holding good moral ground. Let me tell you, we will just be cheating ourselves. If you go underpaying people like policemen, if you go on underpaying teachers, you go on underpaying your doctors, we are just cheating ourselves, because they will definitely be tempted to go into other kind of misadventures, which could be, some of them, the kind of things we are discussing here, because we don't know extrajudicial killings, what are the causes. But the causes may be many. They may be political, but I think most are also economic, personally, because of the society we are living in. And I think we must look back and make sure that we have a country that is, I don't need any information, I have enough, Madam Speaker. I have enough information on this subject, truly. Unless the person has something that, comes from some severe. Okay, say it, my friend, quickly.
Senator Ephraim Maina, I don't know how you know what he has to say. So I think it is good that you've given him a chance to tell you what he wanted to inform.
Madam, to inform my distinguished colleague from Nyeri that there cannot be any reasons for extrajudicial killings. An extrajudicial killing is unlawful, period. You cannot assign any reason to it. It's just a crime, period. Thank you.
Senator Ephraim Maina, I guess you'll agree with him.
I agree with him, but there's something I want to tell him. A human being behaves in the manner that the society has molded him to be. Therefore, it's not condoning. But when we frustrate our security forces who are armed, you don't know in what mental capacity they are. Today we have situations where we are hearing of security forces shooting one another, things that were not very common. Therefore, Madam Speaker, nobody is condoning extrajudicial killings. But I'm saying that we need to put our young boys and girls in security forces, in teaching, in everywhere, in well catered for. And I think the leader of the party here, I may wish also to inform him, as you continue looking at making Kenya a better place in your, I don't know, certain for the Kenya or something, Madam Speaker, I want to say, please remember to bring this quality I'm talking about. There is disparity in this country. You hear somebody who is earning maybe 3 million shillings a month. You compare that with a policeman, I don't know, earning 16,000 shillings. You compare that with a teacher earning, I think, 12,000 shillings. I mean, what society are we creating? Therefore, Madam Speaker, but let's come back to extrajudicial killings. The history of this country has been known to have this kind of killings, starting with the likes of JM, the likes of Piogama Pinto, the likes of others who have disappeared. Therefore, we must condemn those kind of killings. And I want to ask the committee to unearth, to go into the thing and unearth whatever has happened. But more so, I would request the committee to go deeper and look at the causes of these killings. There must be a cause that makes our society behave in the manner it is. Let us not just come out, record what is happening, just condemn it, and then we leave it there. I would urge the committee to go deeper and ask the likely causes of this kind of behavior in our society, because it was not there. There are things that have become more and more pronounced. Secondly, let us not try to think laws will make us a better Kenya. I'm getting amazed with the kind of times we are always looking for laws, even on this extrajudicial killings. I'm sure we are going to say, let's come with another law that says this and this. As we have been saying, let's look for laws that make sure that corruption is eradicated in Kenya. I want to say that we have beautiful laws already in this country. In our new constitution, we have beautiful laws. Let them be followed letter to letter, and Kenya will be a better place. Because the major problem we are having, each time we are always thinking that we need another law. I'm not going to say, I do hope sincerely BBI will come with a very good structure. But, Madam Speaker, I want to say we already have very good laws. We have laws. I have never been able to understand why our courts today, a person who kills somebody goes into court and he is given a board or bail, and then walks back to the same village to threaten witnesses, to threaten even the family of the person he might have killed, in the name that he has a board. I think this kind of freedom that we are talking about, we need to look at ourselves, Madam Speaker. I'm saying this because maybe some of these extrajudicial killings may be coming because people know that maybe in the courts they cannot get their recourse, and they resort into those kind of things. Madam Speaker, let me say that the other thing I want to say is that a society where its population cannot be able to put food on the table, a society where its population cannot go into a dispensary and find drugs, a society where education becomes the preserve of those who are endowed with wealth, that society is the one that contributes into this kind of things we are calling extrajudicial killings. Because it's a frustrating society, it's a society not which God meant to be. And I want to say today, it says true that our population, our people, in most places can hardly place a meal on the table. I would wish this country that we address these things as we also address other freedoms we are looking for. Madam Speaker, I want to say Kenya is a great country. Kenya is a country endowed by God. And at this stage, I want to say, let's take Kenya back to where it was. Kenya was a country where you could walk anywhere in the world. You never needed a visa to go anywhere in Europe. You never needed a visa to go to America. Today, you are turned upside down in every airport you go. Whenever I go to South Africa, I kind of feel a bit depressed because the kind of things that you hear being asked, when are you going back? And I wonder, do they think I want to come here in this place to stay? I mean, all these kind of things. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say, let's create a Kenya. The Kenya that we knew. The Kenya where the railway line was carrying cattle, wheat, sheep from Nanyuki. The cattle where Now, a country where Maasais delivered their cattle to KMC, they were paid on the spot, and they went back home. But yeah, I know, 5 years, yes. It's a short time. Wait another 10 years, my friend. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, let's look and create the Kenya that we knew. Let us go back and create the Kenya that God meant it to be. A country with good soil, with good rainfall, a country that has sunshine all year round, which it should be a country that should be living here, and we should be importing actually workers because we have enough to pay them, and our children are all well catered for. Thank you.
Senator Haji Farhia Ali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I also wish to thank the Chair of Legal Committee for doing a good job. Madam Speaker, people are learning about extrajudicial killing in the rest of this country just recently. Other than, big, guys like, Dr. Robert Ouko, who unfortunately during the time of his death, his daughter was in my class, and we all mourned with her. Other than, the one off, but the rest of the country at least faces extrajudicial killing. I would say where I come from the time of independence, in the name of shifter, in the name of tribal clashes in terms of not, in one way, not being stopped, the second way, people being killed because they are involved in some tribal clashes, to currently Al-Shabaab, you name it, our region has faced extrajudicial killing. This issue of people disappearing continues to happen in a daily basis where I come from. Madam Speaker, not to mention where 5,000 people died in a matter of a week, and people being put on, a concentration camp where they were dehydrated and starved to death. I don't know what kind of inhuman that was. You cannot imagine. In that scorching sun of 40 degrees, people being kept in the sun for 3 days with no food, nothing. And then the people dying in their numbers. Madam Speaker, I also lost 4 relatives in that massacre. And Madam Speaker, up to today, nothing has been done about Wagala massacre. No compensation, no nothing. So, Madam Speaker, even now, this time, we will talk about the extrajudicial killing. We will vent and rant about it. But after all is said and done, what happens, Madam Speaker? Because we are here as a representative of counties and also of special interest. But if all we do is just rant and lament on what is happening and nothing happens, I mean, we are going nowhere. Look at this Daniel Mburu, the guy who took somebody to hospital, and then he was shot dead. This is a guy who should have been, the hero of the community for saving someone else's life, and then he gets and killed. Madam Speaker, the biggest problem we have in this country, Madam Speaker, is lack of implementation of laws, Madam Speaker. Unless we fear laws, unless we start respecting the laws we have in this country, we can have all the beautiful laws, but if they rot in the shelf, then all of us are wasting taxpayers' money passing those laws, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rule of law is very important for any civilized society to progress. Madam Speaker, and then we are being told of police killing people. Madam Speaker, those are people we pay using taxpayers' money. And Madam Speaker, as much as maybe we understand that they are probably paid less or what, that is something else you can address anyway. But Madam Speaker, life is so important, and all of us need to protect life. And therefore, there is no excuse for anybody to take away somebody's brother, somebody's husband, somebody's son, uncle, all, niece, everyone. Madam Speaker, that person who falls down as a result of the bullet is somebody's relative somewhere, and they don't need to die. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I support this, but Madam Speaker, let this not be one of those reports that just, there is no outcome and there is nothing, it's just a report. Let us not be having that, because otherwise we are wasting our time talking about it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Lekina, Madam.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report and makes a few comments in terms of what we need to do to ensure that we have a balance. I was listening to Senator Matangi explain how most youth disappear. And I know that in this country, historically, a lot of armed groups are usually employed by politicians. We are the ones who take advantage of the poor people. So when the police go out there and try and ensure the rule of law, those youth who, some of them are used to intimidate others, end up maybe being locked up in the penitentiary somewhere. And so we must ask ourselves, even though the police, even though there have been so many cases of extrajudicial killing, what are we doing as politicians, as businessmen in this country who want to control certain quotas to contribute to that? So we must ask ourselves these questions. And I was very happy to hear Senator Maina asking serious questions as to how are we treating these police officers. I've been on the record saying that the minimum salary that a policeman should get in this country should be 100,000 shillings. When you travel to countries like Singapore, you will not see a policeman on the road. But when you see one, they'll be walking peacefully and they will not bother you. If there is a crime, they will be able to go there. It's a bit hypocritical when we lament on a daily basis that there are so many people being killed, yet we in this house are the ones who come up with legislations. We are the ones who fight for more money for ourselves, yet we don't give a hoot in hell about the police. Even our own bodyguards, the ones who protect us, they get peanuts, and we don't care. Sometimes I ask myself, when is this policeman? He doesn't have a family? I hear people complain so much about the police being allowed to rent houses there. And some of them, if you see the kind of dilapidated housing they live in, then you ask yourself, how are we supposed to have a sober nation where people will respect the rule of law, where businessmen and shrewd politicians and businessmen will not take advantage of the youth, where everybody will have an opportunity to be able to grow and become a responsible citizen, if we cannot ourselves be able to practice what we preach? I think the buck stops back at us. And I want to challenge the legal committee and the chair of the legal committee who gave his report. I want to tell him, yes, IPOA was set up to do various issues. One, investigate death and serious injuries caused by police action. Two, to monitor, review, and audit investigation and action by Internal Affairs Unit of the police. And the third one, among many, to conduct inspection of police premises. Madam Speaker, I want to inform the Committee of Legal that this year, February 14th, on Valentine's Day, there was a special Gazette notice which designated You blame them, you tell them you are the cause of all these things. You call for reports on human rights. If we want proper leadership, we have to ensure that those people who are tasked with the responsibility of protecting us.
Senator Olekena, I hope you're not implying that the police have a right to do extrajudicial killing, even if their conditions are not well taken care of.
Madam Speaker, I thank
Their
you.
rights as well as the rights of those that are killed are the same. So I hope that is not what you want to go on record.
Madam Speaker, what I'd like to go on record is that we in this country are hypocrites. We in this country do not care about the people, particularly as leaders. We don't care about the people who are supposed to protect us. And I'm not saying that it's the right for them to kill. But Madam Speaker, in my earlier submission, I indicated very clearly that historically in this country, businessmen, police are the ones who hire, these armed groups. In fact, Senator Faria was talking about youth disappearing on a daily basis. Historically, if you go back to 1964 to 67, even the shifter warriors, they were funded by the Somali government when the northern frontiers wanted to secede. Even until today, what is happening is that Al-Shabaab is having a field day because we in this country have got our priorities mixed up. So, Madam Speaker, as we blame the police for extrajudicial killing, as we state that IPOA, which has been set up constitutionally, has got no teeth, we must ask ourselves, how are we empowering them? How much services are we giving them? I was listening to Senator Ephraim Maina talk, and it's true. Like for us now, as an example, maybe a shrewd businessman would come, go to Maasai Land, buy cows cheap. A Maasai person will go sell the meat in Kenya Meat Commission, but he will never be paid. But this shrewd officer who would want to make sure that the shrewd businessman, all the cows are sold to him cheaply, he will take a policeman there, he will get a few youth, and they will control the entire system. And maybe even that same shrewd officer will ensure that the person who is controlling or who is supervising that department does not pay those ones who got, so that they don't do that business. So all I'm saying, to finalize, is that when the committee is looking at this, prevention is always better than cure. I would challenge the chair of legal and his committee to visit the current police stations and ask yourself whether you can actually stay there, whether there's a human being who can be able to sit there. I don't want to explain or to give details of the kind of experience that I experienced in Kilimani Police Station. And I'm happy that the chair of legal was there so he can be able to attest to what I'm saying. But I think we need to ask ourselves serious questions, and we need two champions for better welfare for the police and encourage them. Continue training. In other jurisdictions, and I'm sure Senator Kika would attest to this, there is something called veteran officers. They are supported. The men and women in uniform are supported when they are on duty. When they retire, there are VA hospitals. They are given everything because people appreciate what they have done. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd want to challenge again the chair of legal department, ask him to spend some time. Get a copy of that special gazette notice dated 14th of February, 2020. Because I'm sure it will be very exciting for you to know that all those police stations are gazetted. Hopefully they will be built, and that we can begin to really appreciate what the police in this country do for us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mahmoud Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also thank the Chair of Legal and his committee for bringing this interim report to the Senate. Madam Speaker, extrajudicial killing and enforced disappearance in Kenya has become a norm. Whereas our Constitution has a chapter on Bill of Rights, which is very, very generous and very elaborate, where everybody's right is guaranteed under the Constitution, I think there is something wrong in the way we enforce the laws. Madam Speaker, extrajudicial killing and enforced disappearance actually has happened at the hands of people who are supposed to enforce the law and protect our citizens. True, there could be problems of crime, there could be problems of terrorism, but the way things are done, in fact, you end up just harassing and damaging other Kenyans without trying even to solve the problem that you want to solve. There's no reason why the police will just shoot people who they perceive to be criminals without getting to know what they are doing and what actually crime they are committing. Sometimes they argue that they are fighting in self-defense, but that is debatable. I think what is self-defense, what constitutes self-defense is debatable. Madam Speaker, in this day and age when you have terrorism and Al-Shabaab at our hand, a lot of crime is being committed in the name of fighting Al-Shabaab by forces of government which are not only the police but multidisciplinary and many other forces we don't know. We have anti-terror police, we have some military unit doing that. We have, in fact, a lot of people you don't know who are masked, who make people to disappear forcefully. So, Madam Speaker, I think the committee, when dealing with this matter, I think we need to go to the bottom of this and look at what is happening in this country, what is ailing this country in terms of people disappearing at the hands of our security forces. The very people who are supposed to safeguard the security of the people. Madam Speaker, police has been said that our people in security forces are not catered for, but it's not the mistake of the people who are being killed. I think if you are in a job, you have come for that job, yes, the issue of police welfare and security persons' welfare is another subject altogether. But that is no guarantee and no license for them to do extrajudicial killing. The experience we have in northern Kenya, of course, the experience in many parts of the country, especially because of, under the name, disguise of fighting terror, I think a lot of mistakes and a lot of crime is being committed against Kenyans. IPOA that has been put in place, I think is not functioning as required because IPOA is supposed to be independent, but I think that independence is not guaranteed. And I think they are at the mercy of the police to investigate whatever crime the police themselves have committed, let alone them investigating the police. So, Madam Speaker, the committee has started. I think the interim report shows some, at least signals some light at the end of the tunnel. They should not stop here. I think as they go around the country, I think they should sample. I saw that they want to go to Garissa, at least sampling, they should go to every province, at least one major area, and talk to the people and get information so that, you know, going forward, we can be able to see how we can deal with this menace of extrajudicial killing and enforce disappearances. Madam Speaker, I salute the chair and this committee. Let them go with this, and I appeal to our security agents who are supposed to deal with the security of this country. Be mindful of, you know, the lives of Kenyans, which are sacred, so that, you know, they can just take it law into hands. Just somebody having a gun, like the guy who just shot the guy at hospital, Mama Lucy Hospital. Just, you know, trigger happy guns. This cannot be accepted. And a lot of crime has been committed since independence in this country. We have, for example, the TJRC report, which has not up to now been implemented. We demand for that implementation. This country, I think we're getting our priority wrong. We are now very busy with an animal called BBI. Everybody is running around BBI. as if BBI will solve all our problems. The problems are here today. Let them be solved by the institutions that are mandated to solve those problems instead of waiting for something in the future which we don't know. I think what is being aimed at. I think with the amount of time we are spending on things like BBI and the rest should be curtailed so that we can deal with the serious things that are facing this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakaru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to make a few comments on this statement from my committee, which is the legal committee in the House, and also congratulate my chair of that committee, who has done quite a lot of work in making sure that this work was done with speed, actually, given also the nature of this issue that was brought here by the statement that was made by Senator Sakaja of Nairobi. Having sat in the committee hearings as different stakeholders came to make their presentations in the last few days, and specifically having heard from lots of human rights, civil society organizations, IPOA, it was quite surprising and shocking to hear what is really happening when it comes to these extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances. I'm a bit surprised when a senator, I think some of my colleagues have stated here, or a few of them actually, very few, have stated or have talked as though there is in any way, shape or form that extrajudicial killings can be justified just because the welfare of the police officers has not been handled. I think that's despicable. I think under no circumstances can we ever justify the taking away of human life without having given them a fair trial. They have a right to a trial, to a hearing, to present their evidence and that sort of things. So it actually just offends the Constitution, administration of law and justice. I mean, so I cannot under any circumstances understand how it's even possible to make a justification for extrajudicial killings. And maybe I would invite those senators who have made those comments to probably participate or come in one of those hearings and hear what the stakeholders, be they the civil society organizations, the human rights organizations, make presentations on what has happened in some of these cases. I was actually overwhelmed when I heard that in some cases it seems as though we have criminalized poverty, so that you have police just picking up people in the slums and they disappear, and the next thing their bodies are found. We heard a lot about where lots of bodies are found in the Savo, and lots of many other areas. So you find that this has been going on. It seems to really have even increased in speed, and there's so much more extrajudicial killing seems to be happening now. So as a committee, our work is cut out. I think this is just, not I think, but I know this is just the beginning, and we are still intending to actually go around the country and see this up front and hear from some of the family members of the witnesses and that sort of stuff. I was also actually quite surprised when I learned that there seems to be a problem when IPOA is not able, for example, it lacks jurisdiction in oversighting some of these, for example, like the Kenya Forest Services, the Kenya Wildlife Service, the National Police Service. So IPOA does not have jurisdiction over, in oversighting. It has no oversight mechanisms over those organizations. And we have a lot of abuse of power in some of those, be they the Kenya Coast Guard services. So there seems to be a gap and a hole that as Parliament, I believe we shall be called upon to look into this very carefully so that we can help stop these extrajudicial killings. They also complained a lot, this is IPOA actually, about the overlap of mandate between IPOA and that of the DCI. And one of the bigger issues that was raised or that I caught was that when IPOA is investigating the officers who have been accused, for example, of extrajudicial killings or those sorts of crimes, they don't have an independent forensics lab, for example, so that they are forced, they have to use the labs that are run by officers at the DCI. So there seems to be a conflict there, because then they can sometimes sit on this evidence, and IPOA then is not able to move forward and lead to prosecutions. So I believe that is probably one of the things that as a committee we will look into and come back to the House wanting to figure out how we can make sure that IPOA is completely independent, even as far as their investigations and their handling of evidence and that sort of stuff. We also heard a lot about how sometimes the police just refuse to comply with the service standards. Like, for example, they fail to identify themselves when these sorts of crimes happen, when people are murdered and killed this way. And so people will, nobody will know, for example, that those were police officers involved. And by the time the track leads to them, or the trail leads to them, the evidence is sat on and it's not handed over. So there's clearly some problems. But the bigger issue is that there's a huge problem as far as extrajudicial killings. We are a country that prides itself on following the law and enforcing the Constitution. So as such, under no circumstances can we then look away or even talk about police welfare as a justification for this. So yes, I do agree. There are some issues that need to be resolved as far as the police forces, because they too need to have better welfare services, better services. But at the same time, we cannot and must not must not combine the two issues. There are two separate issues that should not in any way one lead to justifying the other. Or it seems that a lot of our young youths, for example, we heard a lot about in the coast, in Nairobi, a lot of them are really falling victim to these extrajudicial killings. And when you hear of some poor youths who are picked up, we heard that sometimes you hear there is a police lorry that drives around and just picks up these youths in the slums, for example, and then they disappear, and then eventually they'll probably be found somewhere dead. But what was even more shocking is that then the family of that deceased person who was murdered, because that's what it is, the family is then forced to pay 3,000 shillings for every bullet that is retrieved from the body of that victim. And this is, and you know, obviously when you're talking about extrajudicial killings, we are talking about the police on the other end. So they have shot this kid, for example, pumped bullets into the kid. The murder investigation commences, and the family of this poor person is then forced to pay 3,000 shillings per bullet for the forensics to proceed. So I think it's really crazy, and it's just, it's unexcusable, and it does not make sense. So as our good senator here, Mohammed, talked about when we ran around talking about BBI from morning to evening, I also believe and agree that maybe we need to be looking at these more serious issues, maybe using that money to fund some of these issues, you know, where you're having a victim's family pay for forensics and the murder was committed under the hands of a police officer, then clearly our priorities are completely lopsided. So I believe there is a lot that can be done. There's lots of gaps in the law as well. IPOA did point out some of the laws that came into existence back in 2017, but they have not been operationalized. So there's lots that need to be done. The Coroner's Act of 2017, I believe that was one of the major ones that they talked about that would help make it easier for them. So there's issues in the gaps in the law as well as gaps in enforcement. But ultimately, we must come up with solutions on the interventions that will be necessary so that we are able to decisively handle this issue of extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances. And as a committee, we are looking forward to going around the country. I think we shall be beginning in Nairobi in the next few weeks, and we shall also be proceeding to the northern Kenya, as well as the coast parts of Kenya, to also hear more and see more and figure out what's really going on and determine what it is or what interventions that need to be put in place so that these insane, terrible, affronts to the Constitution can stop. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator wako Naomi Jilo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important report, as I also congratulate the chair and the committee for doing this fantastic work and bringing this out to us and to the entire nation. Madam Speaker, I support this because it has taken a lot of life, and especially the young people have lost their lives. And when we talk of the young people, not only young people who are, not even gone to school, but even graduates have lost their lives. When we know very well that their parents have sacrificed a lot, they have sold maybe all the properties, the animals they have, they had in order to educate them. But unfortunately, their, life has been, taken away through these extrajudicial killings. Madam Speaker, many parents, many relatives, many families are still mourning the death of their loved ones, simply because they even don't know how they have, lost their lives. We know very well that it is the responsibility of the government to protect every life. And we know that every life is important in the sight of God who created us. And yet, in our nation, instead of protecting the lives of Kenyans, we have given our security officers the opportunity just to kill our people anyhowly. Madam Speaker, we know very well that this happens in the city and especially in the slum areas, but even in rural areas like northern part of Kenya, we have suffered through this. And most of the time, because we are marginalized, they keep on telling us that we've killed bandits, or it is through the conflict, whatever, we have managed to kill those people who are behind that. They always have an excuse, which is not right. Kenya has every system in place to protect the life of Kenyans. It is not that we have no policy, no systems in place. That is not what is making us, lose our young ones. It is because of our carelessness. It is because the security team is no longer taking the life of our people seriously. So, Madam Speaker, I support this, and the idea of the committee going around the entire nation, and I suggest that you don't only go to the known places, go even to marginalized areas like northern part of Kenya, collect enough information and bring to this house, because we are also Kenyans and we deserve the same attention as the others. Madam Speaker, the lives of those who have, gone, some of them are breadwinners of their families. They have left young wives, young families, young children who cannot even go to school. I believe through the report that the committee will gather, we will be able to understand the status of different families who have been left behind, the struggles they are going through, the challenges they are going through, and the government should take the responsibility of taking care of the families in a small way, either to educate them or even to give them something small to sustain them, because it is due to our carelessness that we have lost this huge number of our people. Madam Speaker, IPOA has failed us in the past, and we cannot trust them anymore. I know Senator Olekina and others have also supported the police officers, the challenges they go through. It is true that they are going through that, but that does not justify what they do to the Kenyans. Madam Speaker, security teams have been, most of the time, been blamed for many things. When you look at corruption, when you look at rape cases, when you look at many other unpleasant things happening in our nation, it is through this group. And so we believe that the committee will give us a report that will solve all our problems and bring to end the crime that is being conducted through the security team in this country. I support this, and I believe that one day we will overcome this particular challenge that has made many Kenyans to become so hopeless. I support this. Thank you.
Senator Inima Gertrude.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to support Senator Chergei's statement on extrajudicial killings, and otherwise also known as extrajudicial execution. This should not really be condoned in any way, and it does not have a legal basis. The fact that probably the police find young people somewhere, maybe in a crowd, and there's commotion, that is not reason enough to just, be trigger happy and kill. So I want to say that most of the time when you're talking of extrajudicial execution, it happens mostly among the poor. You'll find that in places like Majengo, in places like Mukuru Kwanjenga, in places like, slums of Kibera, that is where such things happen most of the time. But there's need also to realize that when one is poor, it does not criminalize a person. The fact that you come from a poor background does not necessarily mean that whatever you're doing is not proper. If, for instance, youths are eking a living and they're bringing food on the table, they should actually be supported. And there's need for the police to be very cautious before they get trigger happy. Because when they kill, there are so many people who are aggrieved. And especially, I'm speaking on mothers. And as a mother, you carry a child 9 months. You take care of that child up to the age when the child can stand on its own. So it is really, really painful, even for mothers, when a life is just taken away like that. In fact, when there is extrajudicial killing that is not justifiable, the person who really feels the pinch is the mother because of, taking care of children up to that very time. And I was just speaking to Senator Bungoma Wetangula, who was telling me of a friend of his. He visited a friend in Majengo, and when he reached there, there's a mother who was saying that my 2 sons have just been castrated. Castrated for what? It is very, very bad, and it is very feelingless, and someone would just do that to someone's child without a reason is someone who is really has no feeling at all, and someone who is very callous. Now, I was just reading in one of the media about two boys in Mathare who are actually killed, young men who are just killed when they are lighted from Matatu, Bernard and Victor, and may their souls rest in peace wherever they are. Because there was no justifiable reason as to why the 2 of them were killed, but they were just suspected of being thugs, and they just died like that. And I also want to remember a good Samaritan who was at Mama Lucy Hospital, and may his soul also rest in peace. It is irony of ironies that a good act can lead to someone being killed. That young man was doing a noble job of just taking a child to hospital, and out of no, good grounding, he was killed and he died. So I want to say that there's need for all investigation to be done to ensure that if there's any killing that the police are doing, let it be, legal. If I can say that, legal in quotes. But I also want to state that even the police themselves, yes, go through difficult moments, because there are instances when they are also cornered by thugs. We've had policemen being killed in their houses, and especially right now when the government decided that especially the police will not stay in the camps, they're staying with civilians, and sometimes they're cornered, and we have heard of instances when police are even killed in their houses. There's need also to consider consider security of the police so that they even go back to the camp. Because when they were in the camp, they had security. And even when they're in the camp, then they should also be catered for. They also have feelings, they're also human beings. So I want to say that there's need for us as Kenyans to see that we strike a balance so that it is a win-win situation for our police force. It is also a win situation for our children. Our children should not just be killed out of no reason. So I want to support this statement, and congratulations for coming up with this statement, Senator Cheregai. And a lot of interrogation needs to be done so that the right thing is done legally. And I want to say also, Honorable Speaker, before I forget, that constitutionally, the state should provide security. Even for families and people who are not able to provide security for their families, for their loved ones, Article 43(2) speaks on that there's need for the state to provide security so that we live in a country where we feel that we are secure, psychologically, we are secure, in all ways, because if our children also live in fear, they are not going to even be productive in this country. So there's need for us to strike a balance to ensure that we are protecting our youth and to ensure also we are protecting our police officers, because some of them are going through a lot of stress that needs to be addressed. A lot of stress in terms of housing, a lot of stress in terms of payment, and sometimes some of them have displaced aggression. Sometimes they just go trigger happy simply because they are venting their frustration on the wrong people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to air my voice. I support this statement.
Senator Mogeni Eric.
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me first join my colleagues in giving hearty congratulations to Senator Cheregai, the chair of the Legal and Justice Committee, for this very well documented report. Madam Speaker, in a country that respects rule of law, extrajudicial killings is something that we should never condone, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this is happening after we enacted our new constitution 2010, which gave a lot of hopes to the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, it was the hope of many and the expectation of many that with the creation of the Independent Police Oversight Authority, we will never have impunity within the police force. But if you speak to Kenyans who have been victims of extrajudicial killings, they will tell you that they have never gotten any justice from IPOA. That is really unfortunate, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, there are so many institutions that were created under the new constitution that were supposed to enhance accountability within the police force. You will all remember that when Maina Kia used to be the chair of Kenya National Human Rights Commission, he used to put the police on their toes. And that's the time he used to expose incidences of policemen who were killing our youths extrajudicially. I don't know, if you ask me today, I must be honest, I don't even know who is the chair of the National Commission on Human Rights. They have gone silent. That's very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because these are the people, Madam Speaker, who should keep the police on their toes. Lawyers will tell you that the role of the policeman is to gather evidence, arrest the perpetrators of any crime, take them to court, they are tried, and then the courts of law will pass sentence. But when you have a situation where policemen want to be the investigators, the prosecutors, and executors, that country cannot be said to be a country that respects the rule of law, Madam Speaker. And we have been ridiculed in international fora. I remember that in the year 2008, the UN gave a damning report on Kenya on these issues of extrajudicial killings. We were being discussed in New York, shaming our country, Madam Speaker. This is something that we as leaders, the representatives of the people, should not tolerate. And Madam Speaker, if we were to look at on the weaknesses surrounding the law, you can never send a thief to catch a thief. It cannot happen. Because anytime this happens, you expect a comrade, a colleague of a policeman to be the one investigating and conducting arrests and leading the prosecution in court. I think that system has failed. And I will urge the chair, my good friend Senator Cherage, to consider reforms within the law so that we create a totally independent investigative authority that can deal with the issues of extrajudicial killings within the police force. Without that, Madam Speaker, it will always be a case of brother trying to cover brother, sister trying to cover sister. It is sorry that oftentimes the people who fall victims are our youths, people aged between 15 and below 30. You know, the productive youths that we need to rely on in the years of tomorrow. It's not right. And if we allow this culture, Madam Speaker, to take roots, let's not cheat ourselves that our children will be safe. Not at all. Because you don't know when your children leave our houses in the morning. You don't know where they go. They walk all over this city. And they can be victims everywhere. So this is an issue that touches on all of us. It touches on our children. It touches on the children of the people that we represent. I remember there was a story I was told about Portugal. The current head of UN, Boutros, used to be a prime minister in Portugal. And Portugal used to have a problem similar to ours, where the police used to have battles with youths in slums. And anytime the police were sent to those slums, the only way they used to deal with them is to kill the suspects, those who are suspected to be involved in criminal activities. But the prime minister then came up with a rehabilitation process. And he said, instead of killing these youths, arrest those who are suspected to be involved in crimes. Those who are in crime because they take drugs, they set up rehabilitation centers. These people were rehabilitated and then taken back to society. And that country changed. You know, if you go to Lisbon now, you will find that you will not hear cases of extrajudicial killings. So, Madam Speaker, let's accept that some of these youths who are involved in crime, this is because they are lacking employment. Some of them are in drugs. And the best we can deal with these social problems is to see how best to rehabilitate these youths. Instead of saying shoot to kill, let's see ways of arresting those who are involved in drugs. Those who are taken to court, let them serve their sentence, and then we seek ways of rehabilitating them, and then we take them back to society. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to urge the chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee to put IPOA on their toes. I mean, you have powers, chair, to summon IPOA. Let them come to us and give us their scorecard. How many cases have they successfully investigated? How many prosecutions have taken place? Because IPOA, sorry.
Yes, Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to inform my learned senior. Oh, sorry, my apologies.
We seem to have a problem every evening. It's either Mr. Speaker being referred to Madam Speaker or Madam Speaker being referred to Mr. Speaker.
My apologies, Madam Speaker, and for your indulgence. On the point of information to my learned senior Senator, Senior Counsel Senator Okongo Mugeni, is to inform that the Independent Policing Oversight Authority did appear before us yesterday, and they have given us those statistics. I did say when I was talking earlier on that between the documents that IPOA gave it to us, although some are in confidence, there are over 210 documented cases of police people who have been killed between February 2019 and February 2020. But nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleagues that we shall invite IPOA alongside other agencies. So I thought I should inform him that we have already engaged IPOA, but we are continuing to engage them in the near future.
Senator Mogeni, you can proceed, though he still went on referring to Mr. Speaker.
I think the Chair Justice is not gender sensitive. What man can do, a lady can even do better. I think I allowed that initiative by the Chair, and I hope you can summon all these constitutional bodies that are supposed to ensure that there is accountability from our police force. And as we look at legal reform, Madam Speaker, let us put it in the law that any policeman who is convicted of having been involved in extrajudicial killings, they should personally compensate the families. Because what happens is these policemen know that when you go to court, you sue the Attorney General, and if there is any judgment that is passed in our courts of law, they will never be personally liable. Make it punitive, Madam Speaker. That if you are taken to court, charged, convicted, then we will ensure that you and your family, you are the one who will compensate the family that becomes a victim, so that we have deterrence. Otherwise, they know the Attorney General will look for taxpayers' money, and they are left just to serve their sentences, and they will walk out free. Finally, Madam Speaker, let's also pick best international practices. In most countries, Madam Speaker, people are moving away from this notion that those who are found guilty of offenses must face the death penalty. Even where people are taken to court, tried, and convicted, death penalty is not an answer. In most countries, Madam Speaker, death sentence has been abolished. So the police cannot have any excuse of saying that the best way to deal with suspects, because they are not criminals, those are suspects, is to pull a trigger on them. No. Let's have a culture, Madam Speaker, where anybody who is suspected to be involved in any criminal activities should be arrested, be taken to court, be given a chance to try him or herself, and only those that have been found to be guilty by our courts of law should face sanctions. Otherwise, with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I fully support. Thank you.
Senator Irungu Kangata.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to rise and support the statement by the chairman of the Legal and Justice Affairs Committee of the Senate. And I say that this is an important petition and the statement that has been prepared by the committee to which I am a member. Madam Speaker, the reason I stand to support are, number one, Article 2, sub-article 5 and 6 of the Kenyan Constitution of 2010 provide that international customary law will be part of the Kenyan law. Secondly, Article 2, sub-article 6 provide all ratified conventions and treaties are now part of Kenyan law. Madam Speaker, we have ratified so many human rights conventions. We have ratified so many humanitarian law conventions. Madam Speaker, also, human rights have now become part of international customary law. And therefore, when you have police doing torture, enforced disappearance, arbitrary execution of innocent civilians, we are not only violating Kenyan law, but we are also violating international law, which is part of the Kenyan law. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I am happy this petition and also this statement, the net effect is to compel Senate to oversight the police, ensure we do not have young people who are being killed arbitrarily. Madam Speaker, when you look at the facts surrounding this matter, you see a situation where a poor Kenyan, a poor Boda Boda rider, who is a good Samaritan, he was killed for no good reason by police. To the extent that my brother thought it wise to pursue justice on his behalf. Congratulations, my brother. I can see you're going far. Yeah, it is more fire. No one can stop you. Yeah, so therefore I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we are so happy to. Yeah, amen. So therefore, Madam Speaker, when you look at the effort that this House is making to ensure justice for that young person, it is going to set a precedent. The police going forward will no longer act with impunity once we ensure there is justice has been achieved for this young person. Madam Speaker, Kayole region happens to be home to many immigrants from Murang'a County. You will see almost 80% of the people who live in Kayole, they trace their roots in Murang'a County. And therefore, when I see impunity being visited on poor people, poor young people by police in Kayole Estate in Nairobi, I feel so bad because my heart goes to the millions of young people from Murang'a County who have immigrated to go and seek a living in this city. They have come here, they have become hawkers. Some of them are doing petty trade business. It is what some politicians call hustlers, the real hustlers. They are in Kayole Estate. And therefore, when you have a situation where police opens fire, kills this poor young person, this is unfair and illegal, and therefore, I am happy that this statement will go along to ensure that there is justice for this young person. Madam Speaker, when you look at this statement, the Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights of the Senate is set to visit Nairobi County, regions that have been affected by this problem. It is planning to meet the Attorney General, the chairperson and members of the National Police Service Commission, and other places like Garissa, Kisumu, Eldoret, and Nyeri. We are going to ensure that police will no longer do this kind of actions, and we are going to ensure that the various oversight entities, they bring justice. Every police person who kills a poor young person. And therefore, I rise and say, justice to the poor people, justice to the oppressed people. And thank you, this committee will fight for their rights. Just like Joseph Hills said, I will fight for the rights of the poor person. Yeah, Mighty Culture say that. And therefore, we are going to fight for the rights of the oppressed people, of the oppressed youths. And this committee will be the forefront in ensuring there is justice. Thank you and God bless.
We are through with statement. We move to the next statement. Next order. Yeah, it's majority leader statement.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for the week commencing Tuesday, 10th March 2020. Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, it's titled, Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, 10th March 2020, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate for the week, subject to further directions by the SBC. The Senate will on Tuesday, 10th March 2020, consider bills scheduled for second reading, and those at the committee of the whole stage. The Senate will also continue with the consideration of business that will not be concluded in today's order paper. On Wednesday, 11th March and Thursday, 12th March 2020, which is my very important day, the Senate will consider business that will not be concluded on Tuesday and any other business scheduled by the SBC. Madam Speaker, we have a total of 19 bills due for second reading stage. 4 of these bills are due for division and have been listed in the order paper. In addition, there are 13 bills at the committee of the whole stage. Additionally, we have another 3 bills at the committee of the whole stage to consider National Assembly amendments as indicated in order paper at order paper number 12, 13, and 14. Madam Speaker, I want to urge all honorable senators to avail themselves this afternoon for the voting process which unfortunately we are caught by time. But I hope on Tuesday, Madam Speaker, we should really be able to do the division. We have postponed the division for almost 2 weeks. I will urge the whips, and I'm happy the majority whip is here, to do a good job together with her counterpart, the minority whip, to mobilize members to ensure that we dispose most of these bills in the order paper. I also take this opportunity to remind chairpersons of respective standing committee to hasten consideration and public participation on bills on file and file reports to enrich debate at the second reading stage and guide the House when considering amendments at the committee of the whole stage. Madam Speaker, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the House.
Honorable Senators, as stated by the majority leader, we cannot raise the numbers to do the business in orders number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and therefore all those matters stand deferred to another date, and we therefore move to the next order. Next order.
Order number 15, the lifestyle audits number 2 bill, Senate bills number 21 of 2019, second reading.
Senator Kabaka was to have his 10 minutes. He's not here, and therefore call upon Dr. Zani Agnes Philomena. Senator.
Speaker, I stand to support this bill. Let me start by saying that Senator Faria has really been passionate about issues of social audit. And long before this bill came to being and fruition, in a very, very structured, very well thought out, and very seriously put together, she already mentioned it and talked about it for such a long time. And I'm really happy, as I even start to support this bill, to congratulate Senator Faria because she's been able to achieve one of the things she's very, very passionate about, as we are all also passionate about. But I think we've been talking about it without moving forward to create the legislative forum, which will allow us to begin to answer and begin to sort a very important issue, Madam Speaker. And that is the issue really of wealth that is required to go to a specific place, going to wrong places, basically going into people's pocket. Madam Speaker, it was only last week when right here on the floor of the House, we talked about several counties where their finance office had been burnt. Really, and the finance officers really suggesting that that's another effort to conceal some of the operations in those offices. And this is really, really sad. Madam Speaker, especially remembering why we had devolution, especially remembering that most of the people who voted for this constitution because of the component of devolution. And people felt that because when things were centralized, some of the services, money was not going right up to the communities, that this would be a good way that now they'd be able, through devolution. Yes, we've been going to the various conferences, and you hear at these conferences, there's yes, there's been development, there's been this and the other that devolution has been able to bring about, but there's still a lot of money. PAC committee over and over again have been calling various state players, asking about this money, cross-checking, trying to find out where has this money gone. And then the suspicion is that this money has gone into people's pocket. When it has gone into people's pocket, it is envisaged that it will be manifested in the patterns of lifestyle that those people tend to have. Because human beings tend to exhibit the money that they have by buying certain things. Maybe they will now be buying very expensive cars, maybe they'll be buying houses, maybe they'll be doing all sorts of things and buying different properties, really because they have the money. It is possible to ascertain the ability of somebody's buying power, so to speak, Because if it is known that this is a civil servant and he earns this amount of money, then it is possible to simply just go and do a lifestyle audit to see whether he's spending far more than what he earns. Then he has to be asked the critical question, where is this extra money that you're spending coming from? Madam Speaker, and the cases are many. We've seen even at the level where they've gone to the court, we find very glaring stories being explained about how money was being carried in sacks from one place to another, and people who were hairdressers now suddenly having a lot of money. So I think many Kenyans intuitively realize that there's a lot of money that has gone out, that has been taken in by people who really haven't worked for it, and are using it, and therefore the notion that if we came up with a very streamlined way of being able to understand and to vet and to ask about this. Now, Madam Speaker, this is not a new idea. Over time, we hear it being spoken. You know, we say, oh, let's do lifestyle audit, let's do lifestyle audit. But as Senator Faria clearly states in the bill, and especially in the memorandum of objects and reasons, that so far no such framework has been put into place. And I think this is what this bill intends to do. This is a very, very comprehensive bill, Madam Speaker. It really just covers actually almost all the areas. I like the way this bill factors in and brings in other commissions, for example, and other bodies who are also involved in the fight for corruption. So just going through what it entails in terms of lifestyle audit, we have all issues about, for example, unexplained wealth, the issue of searching of warrants and being given such warrants, issues of making misleading statements, for example, and the penalties for doing this, the discharge of interim freezing order, the explanation that we can actually have members of the public actually initiate this process, that we can actually be able to refer matters to the Director of Public Prosecutions at the end of it all so that further action can be taken. All these are very, very key. Part 3 deals with deferred prosecution agreements, very, very comprehensive, and then the bill deals finally with Part 4, miscellaneous provision. Just looking through the various key clauses, I just want to zero down onto clause 4, which is very, very clear about a lifestyle audit may be carried out under the circumstances. Under what circumstances can a lifestyle audit be carried? Where there are reasons to believe that a public officer or state officer is living beyond an officer's lawfully obtained and reported income. The public officer or state officer is unable to account for the sources of income. And Madam Speaker, you remember some time back, even when there were exercises within various forces, there are people who realized that they'd not be able to account for their wealth, and some of them actually took their lives away, because it is indicative. And the beauty about such a process, Madam Speaker, is that this money can be traced. I discovered that we have a very good system of transfer of money and tracking that money, because through the banks and through the, wherever you put the money through, it can always be checked and you can always be followed through. It's very, very difficult to expend money and not to be able to have somebody be able to follow through and to identify exactly where you put that money into. You will remember, Madam Speaker, that even in the impeachment trials that we've had on the floor of this Senate, that we've had members who have tried even to push that money to relatives, to wives, to this one and the other one. But somehow, once it's traced, we have a whole regime of systems that interlink us. At one point or another, you're given all the information under Huduma number. At another point, you've given all your information in the bank account. So it's very easy to be able to cross-check. So whatever, and I like that this bill then also gives that mandate for immediate members who can actually also be investigated in terms of checking whether money has been put into these accounts. I only hope that we don't have a bit of a lacuna there in terms of what can happen, and maybe Professor Faria, I'm blessing you, Senator Faria could maybe think about loopholes, because you see, this is established marital connection. But I can imagine, because polyandry is allowed, you could find that there are other maybe family members' wives, for example, who are unknown within the system, especially under traditional African marriage. So when I was reading that part about immediate family, I just thought that some sort of maybe further investigation would need to be done away from the usual sort of family setup that we seem to have. And then, so in cases where, for example, a public or state officer has misappropriated money, then just do a lifestyle audit on this person. How is this lifestyle audit to be conducted? There are various bodies that this bill gives power to undertake the lifestyle audit, and these are well enumerated in Clause 5, and this is the Kenya Revenue Authority, established under the Section 3 of the Kenya Revenue Act, the Responsible Commission under Section 3 of the Public Officers Ethics Act, and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission established under Section 3 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act. So this bill is actually giving power to these institutions who have already been given the power to be able to, according to both especially Article 10 of the Constitution, and specifically also looking at Chapter 6 of the Constitution in terms of Article 10, which specifically talks about the need for transparency, the need for integrity, the need for, open systems, people know what exactly is happening, and also Chapter 6, which is about leadership and integrity. So and I think this was just like a stroke of genius, I think, in this bill. Because I'm sure Senator Faria must have wondered exactly, because are you going to form another body to do this? Are you going to be able to expedite and have this person do it themselves? So I think this was just a stroke of genius where these now various organizations who have already been mandated to do this within the Constitution are being given now direct permission sort of to do that. At Clause 4, later on also in Clause 4, the various, very, very important, because I think also this is an area where it's very possible to have some sort of witch hunt. And I think with this, conditions have been set, especially in some of the clauses, in some of the sub-clauses at Clause 4, where various conditions have to be conducted before carrying out a lifestyle audit. For example, before conducting a lifestyle audit, the investigating body shall give the officer 7 days notice, for example, the opportunity to be heard, the opportunity for them to be able to request for a review or internal appeal, a notice of the right for legal representation where applicable, notice of the right to cross-examination where applicable, information and evidence relied upon to make the decision for conducting the lifestyle. I think this is very, very key and very, very important, because then it allows some sort of recourse that can be sought just in case of somebody who is extremely sort of getting out of hand. Clause 7 is very, very key. It talks about the search warrants, and that an investigating body that has to must apply for a search warrant. I think this is also protecting, we're in Kenya, where you can find other people now just coming and in the process of actually doing a lifestyle audit, their life enhancing themselves and get away with everything. So at least been able to put that provision that somebody can have a search warrant and be able to check what is happening.
Order, Senator Zani. You will have a balance of 8 minutes when this matter comes up next. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 10th March 2020 at 2:30 p.m.